Un, deux. Ça marche? Good afternoon, everyone. I hope this mic is working. It seems to be. Thank you. Welcome to Paris. Welcome to the Cité internationale universitaire de Paris. I need to be here. Okay. Bonjour et bienvenue. These will be my only words in French. On behalf of Circle U, of course, the European University, on behalf of Christine Clérici, president of Université Paris-Cité, who apologizes, but she had to cancel at the last minute. That's the life of presidents, right? So I'm very happy to welcome you to this national conference of Circle U. When we invented Circle U almost 3 years ago now, 2.5 years ago, we thought that it would be a good idea to have moments during the project when we go out of our usual circle and we address a larger circle of people. This is why we invented, that's a big word, but we decided to organize national conferences. This is the 4th national conference of Circle U. In 2022, there was one at King's College in London first, then Humboldt University, and welcome Johan from Germany. There was one in Oslo last December, representing Norway. I'm just going to point out a few people from the different countries of Circle U. And this is the 4th. And we decided to focus for this is circumstantial, but also essential and central to what we're trying to do with Circle U. The circumstance is the organization this week of the International Learning Day at the UNESCO, which also intersects with what one of our centers in Paris does. It's the Learning Planet Institute, who have been instrumental in the common reflection around pedagogy and internationalization during our work in Circle U. So we took the occasion of these two events, Connects events, or events happening at the same time in parallel, to organize this national conference. The idea, very broad idea, of course, is to look at the ways in which going international facilitates, enriches our learning and teaching practices, both for the students and for the professors, and also for the staff, of course, of a university. This is a long process, and it's an enormous task to embrace these issues. And we cannot claim that we have, reached a final point. Of course, it's just one stage on the road, on the long path of the European universities. So it's also very stimulating, interesting to have a full colloquium together. And that's, of course, these questions of internationalization and pedagogy are best discussed together, and really in a moment when people from all the different horizons of Circle U, and we have 9 horizons. There's also Horizon Europe, but that's another one. So people coming from all these horizons can come together and exchange ideas in different formats. So during these 5 days, there will be open sessions and closed sessions. We will have the occasion to exchange in terms of panels, as today, but also workshops, plenary speeches, associating a lot of different colleagues who have worked together in Circle U up until this moment. One of the reasons also we decided to focus on these questions of internationalization and pedagogy is because within Circle U, we in Paris have been the leaders of one of the work packages, as they are called, in our European university, which is devoted to the setting up of a think and do tank on the future of higher education. Think and do, this is important. Usually you have think tanks, people who think, but do tanks are less common. And for us, it was important to put together people to think about these questions of internationalization and pedagogy, but also to propose actions What can we do once we have identified certain mechanisms, certain opportunities, to translate them and transform them into actions for our universities? This has been the work of our excellent colleagues in the Think and Do tank of Circle U. 7 colleagues, because initially there were 7 members only in Circle U. 7 colleagues have come together from our 7 universities, 7 founding members, and have taken the hard task to confront their points of view and try to articulate a common vision for Circle U. They will tell you more along the week about what their work has resulted in. But this is the point of origin, one of the points of origin for the organization of this conference. So I can see that my colleague Cécile Badoual has arrived. Thank you, Cécile, for being here. And I don't want to speak for too long because our time is limited and we have a lot of things. But just a few thank yous before I hand over to Cécile. Thank you, of course, first of all, to Anna, who has been the organizer of this conference in the hard sense of the term. She has put together all the panels. She has contacted the speakers. She has organized the venue. She has done all the legwork. So I think we can give from the start a big hand to Anna for her work. Stand up. Thank you to the Cité Internationale Universitaire de Paris. I know that the director cannot be here with us this afternoon, but still, it's always a pleasure to be here. It's not the first time that Circle U has come to the Cité, so we have a good partner here and a symbolic partner, of course. Cité Internationale Universitaire says something about what we're trying to do also. So thank you to them for welcoming us in this Maison Fondation Victor Lyon. And thank you, of course, to all the teams of Circle U, many members of whom are in this room, all the friends of Circle U we have met on several occasions, and it's a pleasure to have you here for these, what is going to be, I think, 3, 4, 5 intense, interesting days to discuss together on the future of higher education in Europe. Thank you very much, and welcome.
I think we can thank also Antoine, who made a lot for this week. So many thanks, Antoine. So I'm not as fluent as Antoine, so I'm sorry you will gain the so French accent, and I've got a paper for my presentation too. So first of all, well, dear President of Circle U and all the universities, many thanks to be here. Dear colleagues, dear students, dear all. It's a pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of the Université Paris-Cité, and it's very important to say it in French, so you're going to gain French words at Fondation Victor Lyon at the Cité Internationale Universitaire, on the occasion of the Circle U Week for the Future to Higher Education and Research. So the European Universities Initiative with promote very important things in teaching and research in Europe, and extremely important for us in Paris. As you probably know, Université Paris-Cité was created very recently in January 2020, and it's a result of the merge of 2 previous universities, Paris Descartes and Paris Diderot. So merging these 2 universities requires critical thinking and teamwork, as well as creativity and cultural understanding. And it certainly means being able to have a problem-solving approach, like being in a small Circle U. Merging 2 universities is never easy, and we are currently in an intense process of transforming a large scale. This transformation affects all the aspects, and for me, it's essentially about pedagogical skills and problems and, well, attention to the different students. So, as demonstrated by our different Circle U work, going international is, in and of itself, a form of scaling up. For one thing, it relies on one of the key transferable skills. I said, I've got the French accent. Cross-cultural competence and understanding. Those, this think and do tank, Antoine spoke about it, is very important, and we'll hold workshops during this week to report on its work. It is made up of CycleU chairs on education and has been working since the beginning of the 2021, a part of the work package led by Université Paris Cité within CycleU. So all universities have to face the same issue and take up the same challenges, learning from each other across cultures in one of the best ways to be open, to be humble by being ready to accept new perspectives. For another, being international help develop trust, being the partners, and that can also be counted as a transferable skill. Empathy and the capacity to listen to someone else's views must be the part of what we teach our students and ourselves. So I'm convinced that this week, I'm sorry, it's so freezing in Paris for the moment, but I'm sure you're going to have a nice week we will have a positive impact on the initiative we have started to set in place for our European university. Don't forget to go to the different conference, debates, and workshops. And some of them are in the Learning Planet Institute. So thank you for your commitment. I wish you an excellent week, and I'm sure that you will be delighted to be there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will try not to repeat the same messages that Antoine Cazin, Cécile Badoual have already mentioned. In any case, when you read the program that has been handed to you, you will see that there is something in common, which is the accent on cooperation instead of competition. This is something very important for us, and this week has tried to create the spaces for different actors, important in education, that normally don't have the occasion to discuss. And these are those who demand education, the students, those who educate, professors, those who make all this possible, so administrative staff, technical staff, and also those who plan education, policymakers, and not to forget those who think about education. We can call them innovators, and they don't come necessarily from academia. So in this program, we've tried to create those spaces, and I don't want to extend. I will have the honor to present our moderator today, Vanessa Legeret. She's the CEO and founder of Parangon, and she will be the facilitator of this conference today. So please, Vanessa, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Good afternoon to all. I'm very, very happy to be with you today. As a former Erasmus student, I've always been very much convinced that European alliances and knowledge mobility cross borders are the main assets for humankind progress. So that's why I'm very honored to have been invited by Anna to moderate this day. And I will be glad to share with you this prestigious and very exciting program. Let me share only a few words of introduction. Transformation is probably the key word of these last years. As an advisor company, it's my second hat, in corporate social responsibility and sustainability, we can observe each day institutional and socio-economic actors progressing with new economic, cultural, educational, social and environmental approaches. And to do it towards common good, and to do it to meet new requirements of the young generations. Besides, Europe is asserting its leadership on this issue very much these last years, essentially these last years. So it is right time to ask how higher education can be a strong driver of this multi-purpose transformation, and how we can do it with shared values of respect, dialogue, cooperation, responsibility, and how to do it together and to think and to do outside the box. At the end, knowledge will always be safeguard against misinformation and against questioning of the science. This is one of the strong beliefs of our first speaker. Please welcome Christine Noleduc, President of the Board of Directors at Campus France. Please, Christine.
Thank you so much. It just before I spoke, but perhaps not after. Just a few words. In first time, I'm very happy to be here. And dear colleagues from Circle U University around Europe, I can saw you, but I can see you, but I hope, and I hope you can see me now. I'm delighted to be present at the Circle U Week from the future of higher education and research to open this session. International cooperation is a strategic topic for higher education institutions, and Campus France is a unique showcase to promote the research of their partnerships. The latter have traditionally promoted student mobility and scientific cooperation, and more recently, pedagogical practices. Pedagogical innovation is now at the forefront of university cooperation. It has been proved through the European Channel. The European Commission and its Erasmus program, and more recently through the creation of a European university, which are responsible for training European citizens through university cooperation, as well as for creating European diploma that meet the social, technological, economics, and environmental challenges for the future. This is through the European universities, and in particular of my European University in Europa, that I am now able to measure in practice the direct link between transnational cooperation and educational innovation and the issues to link them. The subject is at the heart of the European University project, but it has also become a condition for cooperation, particularly in these years of health crisis. How to internationalize training without physical mobility? How to imagine a common training offer between international distance partners? European universities today constitute a singular space for experimentation to rethink the pedagogical practices that condition cooperation. European universities are a driving force, an accelerator of innovation. They have obviously made it possible to rethink the use of digital technology in teaching practices, but also to co-create new training formats adapted to international distance students from different academic backgrounds in order to bring them to a common set of skills. This is how we now have the opportunity to create and develop a large number of hybrid, blend, MOOC, and joint format training. These new formats are, of course, transformative for institutions, for the teacher and academics, and for students too. These innovations open up many opportunities for development in Europe, of course, but also more widely on an international scale. However, they also require a major investment by our institutions. It is a question of developing support services like a learning center, particularly on the basis of the successful models in Northern Europe. It's also a question of giving teachers the conditions to take an active part in this pedagogical innovation. Finally, the pedagogical practices cannot be implemented without special attention to students. For example, with regard to new mobility formats, they require a rethinking of financing models. Educational innovation on an international scale is a powerful driver for the transformation of our institutions. This is therefore a major challenge to grasp the dynamics at work and to support them, especially for Campus France, because these courses with an European dimension will also attract students from all over the world. The organization of a collective reflection around this dedicated session contributes to the sharing of experience necessary to move forward on these issues. I wish you a rich and fruitful exchanges. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Well, this leads to a related question, is how the European Union doing on higher education? What the Commission's view on the development of higher education, and what is the strategy? So I'm very happy to welcome Paulina Komenko, political reporter of the European Commission representation in France. Paulina, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Paulina Kamenko and I work at the European Commission representation in France. So thank you very much for having me today. I'm glad to sort of be able to give you an overview of what the EU's higher education initiatives are about, with a focus especially on universities. So I was told that maybe not everyone might be familiar with what the Commission is doing or is trying to achieve along with its 27 EU member states and the higher education sector at EU level. So hopefully this will be a useful framework to keep in mind for your discussions today and this week. So first of all, to give a bit of context, you might know this already, but in November 2017, the EU leaders debated the future of education at the Gothenburg Social Summit in Sweden. And in the same month, the European Commission set out a vision for a European education area to be built by 2025, in which learning, studying, and doing research would not be hampered by borders. So that's what that area is all about. And since then, obviously, as the EU and the Commission, we've been cooperating with the higher education institutions, with the member states, to support and to enable the higher education sector.
Paulina, excuse me, just because we need to hear you well. Can you put just on your...
Yeah, is this better? Yeah. To support the higher education sector to adapt to the changing conditions and to thrive and contribute to Europe's resilience also in the post-pandemic era. So the objective is obviously to develop a genuinely European dimension in the higher education sector, built on shared values and with excellence and inclusion being distinctive features of what we're trying to achieve. For this, obviously, we can rely and build on Europe's extremely diverse and flourishing higher education sector. So just to mention a few figures, I think we're close to 5,000 higher education institutions, over 17 million students, 1.3 million teachers in higher education, 1.17 million researchers. And in addition to this, the higher education sector has a unique position at the crossroads of education, research, innovation, and obviously serving society and the economy. So that's why it plays such a critical role in achieving the European education area and the European research area, and in providing highly skilled Europeans with excellent prospects for employment. And Europe needs more people with high-level skills. Some of you might know that the European Commission has proposed that 2023 be the European Year of Skills. So I think that's going to be a focus of a lot of the initiatives coming out this year. With EU member states setting the target that by 2030, at least 45% of 25 to 34-year-olds should obtain a higher education qualification. So essentially, the EU is doing a lot within the remit of its competence, of course, for the part of the Commission. But here I'd like to focus and say a few words on the European strategy for universities, which is essentially about achieving 4 key objectives: strengthening the European dimension in higher education and research, supporting universities as lighthouses of our European way of life, empowering universities as actors of change in the twin green and digital transitions, and reinforcing universities as drivers of Europe's global role and leadership. And so this strategy contains some sort of key flagship initiatives, of which obviously the European University Alliances are a key part. We want to extend the number of alliances like Circle U to 60, with more than 500 universities by mid-2024, and with an indicative Erasmus Plus budget of about 1.1 billion for the current period 2021 to 2027. And hopefully the experience of these alliances will continue to inspire the entire higher education sector in Europe and make them more visible. So the aim is really to develop and share a common long-term structural, sustainable and systemic cooperation in education, research and innovation, creating sort of European inter-university campuses where students, staff and researchers from all parts of Europe can enjoy seamless mobility and create new knowledge together across countries and disciplines. And it's important to note, I think, that many of these European university alliances do have a strong focus on innovation. And so that's really crucial that these higher education institutions are fully part of the innovation ecosystems across Europe. Another initiative that we're working towards is the establishment of a legal status for alliances of higher education institutions by mid-2024. We're also proposing a new European degree by mid-2024 to recognize the value of these transnational experiences in the higher education qualifications that students obtain. And fourth, also working on offering a European student card to all university students in Europe by mid-2024 to facilitate mobility at all levels. So hopefully with the strategy as a whole, we can empower higher education institutions across Europe to address all the different societal issues, to be challenge-driven, inclusive, and civic-minded, and also help teachers be more innovative in their teaching so that students can acquire these skills they need to interact in society, both in a professional capacity and as citizens. And so internationalization and greater transnational cooperation will enable universities to better equip themselves to increase the quality and scope of higher education in Europe and respond to all of these social transformations. So for the European Commission, it's really key to now assure a follow-up of this initiative, which is key in itself to accomplish the European education area in general. In terms of the European education area, I think we're roughly at the halfway point of our efforts, with 8 of the 14 strategic initiatives up and running and another 6 well on their way. Obviously, for this strategy to materialize, we also need to engage in a very close dialogue with our member states, with regional governments, in order to change the regulatory framework. This is why our strategy is accompanied by a proposal for a council recommendation to establish pathways for effective cooperation in higher education at European level. So this proposal is a first step to provide solutions for the entire higher education sector, and it aims to really support the adaptation of the higher education institutions across all 4 missions of education, research, innovation, and service to society. So France, in this regard, has been a strong supporter of the European University Alliances and one of the most active member states participating in these alliances and coordinating projects. France has also been very active on this file during its presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first 6 months of 2022, which saw the adoption of Council conclusions to respond to the Commission's strategy for universities, as well as the adoption of the Council recommendation I was just mentioning. And so in response, the European Commission launched a new Erasmus Plus call for proposals in mid-June to pilot a common European degree label and test other instruments of EU cooperation, such as a possible European legal status for alliances. So for the strategy to be implemented, we also obviously need universities who have an absolutely key role to play. And so we invite universities to take the work forward within their institutions. We invite member states, of course, to also support their universities through appropriate policy and funding support. Also member states, universities, students, staff, everyone within this sort of ecosystem to take ownership of the strategy and to share pledges to inspire others. So on our side, the Commission is committed to mobilize all the instruments that we have at our disposal, so whether it's governance, funding, cooperation, or legislation to implement this strategy. But I cannot stress enough, I think, the importance of coordinating our efforts, between the Commission, the member states, regions, civil society, and the higher education sector to engage in a joint discussion on this policy agenda and to work towards future-proof universities. And I think that's exactly what this type of event is useful in allowing such a discussion. And finally, I think it's almost impossible when speaking about European higher education not to mention the Erasmus Plus program, which is basically helping to make all of this happen. We've just celebrated 35 years since the start of Erasmus Plus, with over 12.5 million participants in the program. And the budget for the program has nearly doubled in this programming period, 2021-2027. So it has even more ambition to be not only more inclusive and innovative, but also more digital and greener. There are several interesting innovations in this new program, things like allowing students who cannot go abroad for long periods to benefit from more flexible mobility formats, blended mobility, combining shorter physical stays abroad with more virtual activities, and giving also students and staff more opportunities to study, to teach, or to train in third countries that are not associated to the Erasmus Plus program. Thus gaining even more international experience. And finally, the Erasmus Plus procedures have been simplified and digitalized. So hopefully this will make the sort of administrative processes for students as easy as possible. And after the 2022 Erasmus Plus European Universities call for proposals, we now have a new 2023 call that has been launched with a total budget of about 387 million euros, with the aim to develop and deepen institutional transnational cooperation for the benefit of all. As I was saying, 2023 is the European Year of Skills, and 2022 was the European Year of Youth. So I think all these discussions about, learning, new ways of teaching, learning, acquiring new skills for the benefit in particular of Europe's young generation are very topical. And I think I'll end there, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate, and I wish you very productive discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to you, Paulina. So this strategy, as you said, Paulina, is meant to be driven by men and women with adapted pedagogic skills. So this implies to understand the nature of knowledge within international context through the perspective of the professors, of the students, and the staff involved in this experience. The question now is how similar experience can highlight the success factors of Europe educational power to make this Europe educational power. Iliana Sicurel is with us today, member of Renew Europe group at the European Parliament, member of the Committee on Culture and Education, Committee on Legal Affairs, and Delegation for Relations with Israel. And she's also, I think, founder of the citizen collective Je m'engage pour l'Europe. And she's connected with us. Can you hear us, Iliana? Hi, Iliana, can you hear us? Petite. Can you hear us, Iliana? On a un petit problème. C'est bon. On peut. On vous entend très bien, Iliana. On vous entend très bien. C'est à vous. Vous nous entendez?
Bon. Ok, merci. Merci à tous. Thank you very much. I am in Brussels, so I wish I could be with you physically, but I am very, very glad to be with you, and thank you for your invitation. So I know Circle U's commitment to European values and pedagogical innovation, working toward the establishment of an inter-university ecosystem, and I want to congratulate you for your work, because European University Alliances are an opportunity to innovate education, increase the attractiveness and quality of educational offers, and in fact improve transnational cooperation. But I want to insist on the fact that when my friend Johnny Weitzman talked to me about your projects and insisted on the fact that pedagogical innovation is at the center of your work, I was even more enthusiastic to participate. So you can count on me as a member of the Commission on Education, Culture and Education, because it's my the field in which I specialize here in the European Parliament. But I am really, really interested in knowing more about these pedagogical exchanges that you are developing. So I can testify that education is high on the European agenda, more and more. And since 2017, the European Union has, in this perspective, been committed to building a genuine European education area. And I have been particularly invested in it as a member of the European Parliament, being the rapporteur for my political group. Great achievements have also been made by the Union thanks to its main program, Erasmus+, created in 1986. It has already enabled more than 12 million European students to study in another member states. And thanks to the European Parliament, the budget for the Erasmus Plus program, as you may know, has been multiplied by 2 for the period from 2021 to 2027. As you may know also, we had fought for a tripling, but a doubling is not so bad. So, however, after having favored student mobility, I would like just to let you know that one of my fights is not directly linked to what we are going to talk about, but I'm also fighting to have Erasmus Plus offered more and more, not only to students that are following an academic path, but also to apprentices. I think that it is politically and socially very important that Erasmus Plus can benefit to all our youth. But the new point that I wanted to share with you is that more and more, and I am very, very active in this direction, the European Union also prioritizes the mobility of teachers, the exchange of good practices, and I have to say that the COVID period that was a nightmare has only one benefit, is to it really helped us to discover the Zoom and all the technological tools that enable us to exchange. And I think that we have gained years in the direction of the systematization of these pedagogical exchanges. So in a way, it's a change, it's a chance. So my deep conviction is that the European education area cannot be fully realized if it is not supported by a new generation of teachers with a real European pedagogical culture of sharing best practices. And being introduced to the different educational systems across the Union and the observation of other practices could become the European teacher's characteristic. So I am going to speak more about the school environment, but I think that what I'm going to describe and that is being developed in the school environment could really give you ideas at the higher education level. And I am, of course, at your disposal to imagine something that could resemble what we have tried to do at the scholar level. So this conviction is in the report on the European education area that we voted on the 11th November 2021, in which we, as a member of parliament, called on the member state to invest in the initial training of teachers by giving them programs, a strong European dimension, and promote mobility. So the idea, I want to be clear, our richness lies within our diversity. And as you know, education, higher education, or education for children before high school and primary school is a member state competence, and I think that it should remain that way. But the idea is to give us at least the tool to become a European a real education power, because we can give to one another what we are the best. And so we have in Europe different educational models where 27 educational systems cohabit and develop innovation, specific approaches in all disciplines, whether it be in physics, math, or literature, or inclusion, and we have never been given this opportunity to exchange, and so really to become to benefit from the excellence of the other European systems. So our goal is for Europe to become a real educational power. We have included that on my initiative in our report on the European education area, and this tends to become a reality with the emergence of the Erasmus Plus Teachers Academies, which are design spaces for the exchange of best practices on certain topics between teachers. There will be 25 teachers' academies in place by 2025, and each of them will have more or less 1.5 million euros to function during 3 years. And what we want is to have these teachers' academies not be just a pilot project, but become something that will remain for the future. And among them, I would like to mention the Unity Academy, led by the University of Aix-Marseille, that brings together German, Belgian, Greek, and Italian partners. It aims at developing new mobility mechanisms, physical and virtual, and new systems for mutual recognition of skills. So in this perspective, I also personally carried out a governmental mission entrusted to me by the French Prime Minister Jean Castex on how to reinforce a European dimension of our education system. The name of the report was Make of School the Beating Heart of Europe. So my report recommended the creation of a European teachers module in the initial training of teachers across the Union. And it also recommended the fact that in their initial training, they have also immersion experience in schools, and normally that takes place in their own country. And the idea is, and it can be financed by Erasmus, to have this kind of immersion experiences in another state of the Union. So the innovation here is to offer all member states the possibility to integrate a co-constructed teaching unit. So I'm coming back to this idea of European teachers module, because I think it could be really a revolution, and to allow teachers to discover the diversity of education system and to be initiated to the best European teaching practices, methods, and tools, financing also offered by the Union. And the ambition of having a European teaching unit, it was a real important step, had been integrated as one of the priorities of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union, and resulted on a very favorable Council conclusion on 4 and 5 April 2022. So all the 27 members committed themselves to develop this idea of a common unit to be co-constructed. And you can count on me to work towards making this modular reality for our teachers to take advantage of all these systems, and in the interest of their students, of course. But you can imagine the revolution it could be to have new teachers coming in the system with this European culture. So I would like to conclude by saying that this is an example of how central teachers are in making Europe an educational power. This is a very nice expression that President Macron uses very often, and that I am personally very attached to make of Europe an educational power at the levels of schools, universities, vocational training centers, and beyond. And how essential it is to have structured exchange of best practices between the teachers operating in the European Universities Initiative. I think that what is important for the alliances is not to be isolated, but to flourish thanks to exchange platforms in the name of our European pedagogical culture. So thank you for having given me the opportunity to exchange with you about some progress improvements that we have done in the school system, the European school system. I think that it could be food for thought for the future of what you are doing, because what is important is, first of all, to be sure that what you are creating as the innovation that you are working on can be shared by all the community of researchers and students. And maybe we can also imagine that something that would resemble to what we are building for the teachers, school teachers, this kind of shared unit that could belong to any initial training of somebody who is going to teach in a European university. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and we will follow your work, and I am at your complete disposal for the following steps that we can build together.
Thank you very much to you, Iliana. Thank you for this vision and this return of experience. Thank you. It's time now to meet our first panel of guests gathered around Jan Palmowski, General Secretary of the Guild of European Research Intensive University. What is the added value of European alliances as testbed for innovation and in education? And who are the protagonists of these alliances with a strategy vision in 10 years' time? Please welcome our moderator, Jan, and our speaker, Mina Pham, Councillor of Science and Technology at the French Embassy in the UK, Maxime Legrand, President of the think tank Revolution Éducative, Joe Angouri, University Level Academic Director for Education and Internationalization at the University of Warwick. And I'm afraid we will miss Victoria, but we will invite to Antoine Cazé, because you know very well this topic that Victoria was supposed to tackle with. Have a good panel.
So thank you very much indeed for this lovely introduction, and thank you so much for the previous previous speakers. It's wonderful to see such a full audience here, and I really do hope that we can discuss not just in the panel, but that we can also really discuss together, and we'll really make sure that we make time for your contributions here as well. Paulina, I'm particularly grateful for your extraordinarily rich introduction in embracing 10 minutes that gave us a real sense of the extraordinary vision and drive and energy of the Commission in this space. If you permit me, the one thing that we haven't mentioned, and I don't know whether that's about the location itself, but in fact, we've only just heard it from the MEP from Renew, just at the very end, the M word, the President Macron. I really do need to start with this, because the Gothenburg summit would never have mentioned this, or would never have discussed this issue had it not been for Macron's speech in September 2017. And I don't want to go into domestic politics, but I do think it's really worth going back to this speech, because it gives us a really important context. This was a speech that was held right at a point when Brexit had just been voted, and hadn't been voted on yet. This was a deep reflection on, in a sense, Europe's future. And it's not just about education, it's about a whole range of things. I wish people read that speech more. I wish especially my own country, the German government, had read it more intensely, but that's another story. But I think it's important. I wanted to start with this because it reminds us that actually the European University initiative not only came from there, but it was always much more than about itself. And I would, as we talk about education innovation, I would really invite us all to really have that issue in mind. And at the same time, I think it's really wonderful that we now get a chance to really talk about educational innovation, because, Paulina, as you also said, there's a wider policy context, but of course, ultimately, it's all about the educational practice inside the institutions. So it's wonderful that we have a panel where we have two experts from the practice of higher education from European University Alliance, including, of course, Circle U, but that we also have two distinguished panelists from outside the European Universities Initiative context who can also really help us to reflect a little bit about the wider frame. So, Maxime, maybe if I can start with you, and just from your perspective, from a think tank, maybe also think and do tank, I don't know, but certainly from a think tank, what are, from your perspective, the key needs in innovation in European pedagogy, in European higher education? What is it that we really need? What are the big gaps and problems at the moment?
Thank you for the invitation to this conference. Thank you for your introduction. And congratulations for this alliance, European Alliance. I think that's a very good grant. And in Revolution Educative, we think, or we try to think, and we try to do. And so about your question, I think that two main challenges in education, in higher education, and specifically in European higher education, is that knowledge is power. That's a big idea, of course, and that we need to empower students, and not to forget that the main goal is to empower students. Of course, it seems very simple, very natural, but I'm not sure that we do it 100% everywhere. And I think that's a big challenge for the European universities, European alliances to achieve this goal. And that's particularly difficult because we talk a lot about ecological emergency, social emergency, without doing politics. I'm not talking about retirement, not now. It will be for another conference later. So yes, ecological challenge, social challenge, but there is also I think that the most maybe emergent emergency, the educative emergency, because students are faced with a lot of challenges. Social challenge, ecological challenge, environmental challenge, and it means that universities need to totally change the curricula to make a revolution in this curricula, because students are to be empowered, need to be faced with different situations, and to be educated in different ways. I could cite the article of the Professor Lin in 2006, who distinguished among 4 major strategies among the students, because they are not children, they are strategic, they are really strategic. And these 4 approaches are: some students conceptualize, others experiment, the third strategize, and last but not least, some students conceptualize, make connections between different concepts. So the universities are faced with these different types of students. I'm not saying that before the social and environmental challenges there were not different strategies, but I think it's maybe more tricky today. So you need to design new curricula considering these different strategies and approaches. So it means that it's a big challenge for universities to work all together to understand what is knowledge today and how to help students to be empowered and to have this knowledge. And we know that this knowledge has at least 3 phases: the knowledge, the know-how, and the social skills. Because skill is the main word about this thing. We are, I'm sorry for this word, terrible in the university world. There is a skill industry. Very, very sorry for the word industry, but that's an issue because these students will be hired. And just maybe to conclude this first this introduction is to insist on 2 main points. The first one is learning by research. And we worked on different topics we have worked on different issues and topics in Révolution Éducative. But there is today a work to do, a challenge to face with how to make curricula where learning by research will have a large place. What I mean by learning by research is how we use the research the research results to change the curricula, even in the first years of university. And the second point is a new way to teach and a new way to develop the skills among the students. That they become not researcher, but with a method of research in the first year in university, and not to wait the last semester of master to be able to think like a researcher. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the challenge on career services, counseling and guidance. Because in Canada, in North America, there is a huge effort on this type of services. And I think that European universities, specifically French universities, improved in the last years, but there is also new progress to do on this thing, career services, counseling, because they are not only students, they are also human people being in a very, very hard century, and it's only the beginning of the century. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you very much for putting a fast-changing world and society and the challenges that we face right front and center of our discussion, but also really offering some first thoughts about how pedagogical change and transformation and what kinds of things really need to be at the forefront of responding to this. I mean, how can I just turn to you and ask you that whether, you know, how, I mean, you are in a sense in sitting in the French embassy, but you're also really responsible for science and technology, for links, I guess, between the two countries in particular. So from your perspective, is what you're seeing emerging in terms of European universities and pedagogical transformation in universities, is that what President Macron had in mind when he first launched this idea? Is it, are we living up to the reality, or is it a shadow of what it should be?
Well, I'm not in the head of the president, but anyway, well, maybe let me let you know what is my perspective, because I'm not only today in this position of being a bit out of the game, but I used to be a vice president for international relations in one of these IDEX excellence universities, such as Paris Cité. It was PSL at the time, so I was directly involved in the in bringing this university into one of these alliance of European universities. So I have been directly involved in the process. So I know from inside how it works, how it is difficult, and how it is also promising. That's one point. A second way of being involved in these alliances is that as the Councillor for Science and Higher Education, Science and Technology in the UK, post-Brexit, we have now the question of the UK, well, British partners who are actually already involved in one of these alliances, and what will be the future for these people who are still willing to work together on both parts. I mean, the European members as well as the British members. So from my current point of view and my former point of view, I'm absolutely keen to follow what's going on, what is the future of this initiative, which, as you said, was really a visionary type of initiative, which was taken by President Macron and Angela Merkel at the time. I mean, they were together and decided that they will support this initiative. So when you ask me whether it's a success or not, well, it's difficult to say because we are still on the way. But for sure, what is sure is that it has been extremely successful. If you look at the numbers and how many universities have been not laureate, 41 laureates, but a lot of applicants, not all were selected. And I think it's, how to say, it's still a pilot initiative. I think we have a lot to learn, including what will not work or what will work for the future. And we are now in the third call of these universities, alliances of universities, where it's about widening. I'm not sure it's especially a good idea, but we can discuss about it. Widening, and also, and this for me, it's a good idea, bringing more research into these alliances. So at this stage, we are still in the middle of the milieu du gué. I don't know how you say that in English, but there is a lot of hopes, And I think people are still very keen at making it work.
Thank you very much, Minha. So we now turn to the practitioners, to those who are in the institutions really focusing on making it work. So are you still excited, Joe, first of all? So you are from the Utopia University Alliance, and it would be really interesting to hear from you kind of what, to what extent you have been really, or to what extent Utopia really has been instrumental in bringing about innovation in higher education.
Thank you, Jan, and absolutely, I'm very excited, and I think that's really an opportunity that we have with European University Alliances, and also a common responsibility to really make the most of it, because it's the actual time to really rethink of our pedagogic offering, to really make the most of the fact that we have a lot of attention from policymakers, we have a lot of attention from the public, and we also have a very good participation in terms of the sector. So it's really something that is a very exciting moment. I will talk about innovation and e-utopia, and I think that's probably something that, in a sense, it's a very important conversation to have across alliances, because what I think we actually have is an opportunity also really to think of how we understand, frame, and embed innovation. What often happens when we actually talk about pedagogic innovation is to start from thinking of adding something new, or thinking what we don't do, what we don't have, and what we need to bring on. We can actually think of this position through starting from a slightly different angle, which is what we did in Utopia, which is to try and start from building on innovation from within. So identify what it is that we already do that works, and how we can use this as a springboard for new developments. So starting and reframing and really thinking innovation holistically does not prevent any of new developments or other tools, but actually it creates something that it is much more difficult in education or in teaching and learning, which is transnational collaboration. And of course, in research, we've been doing transnational collaboration. There are models, there are frames, there are incentives, there is ways to do funding, there's ways to do quality assurance. We had strategic council work happening across and so on for a very long time. So we know how to do it. There are processes in place, there are institutional processes. We are training our earlier career colleagues and so on. Very different landscape. And although I think I can say that I've heard of the ambition of research and education parity of esteem ever since I started my career in academia. I'm not going to tell you how long that is, very short, clearly. But every year there was this conversation ever since I was a student, and I've spent all my life in academia. What I can also say is that I still see, from my personal anecdotal experience, I would very much like to hope that it is anecdotal to me only. But when I'm in my senior research roles, I see very little connectedness with the education side of things. And where I'm in my teaching and learning roles, I know that very many colleagues don't know the research I do outside the work, the research I do on pedagogic innovation. So we have a very long way to go. What we try to do in Utopia, and I believe it is, of course, I agree with Mina, we're still very much in the making, but I believe it's a success story so far, is to actually get on a journey to connectedness, to develop a model of collaboration, of transnational collaboration, to create a base where we would bring together colleagues, students, non-academic partners, to actually really starting and based on creating synergies on what we already do, and find what is it that actually works well, and what is it and how we can actually not clone, but how can we complement, how we can expand and extend, and actually how we can add value to the learning experience of colleagues, students, non-academic partners immediately and from the start. So we started building connectedness, taking a learning community model, and we introduced connected learning communities, which became the spiel, the mechanism, the conduit for really building in areas where we do have offering, curriculum offering, pedagogical offering, teaching and learning offering, which of course corresponds, by the way, to our research offering, obviously, because we are actually whole institutions. But we started from actually building synergies, and we actually brought together colleagues to identify how we can connect, from identifying what we do, from identifying ways to build and exchange good practice. And of course, COVID has been an accelerant because we've all had to turn online overnight. And to actually really identify mechanisms for connecting first our curricula, our co-curricular, our extracurricular activities, which were from the kind of practices we have, like the sort of resources we use for delivering our teaching, to student-led conferences, assignments, and so on. And you can actually see how we could actually already identify different nodes, different Lego points for actually start building something that could go much faster than identifying one single top level or middle level, or it doesn't matter how we put on this metaphor, which would be different and which would require different processes, different synergies, but importantly, without having the basis of collaboration, because education, we know, is nationally regulated, we have much less collaboration. How many of us co-teach with colleagues from other institutions in other countries? While how many of us do research with colleagues from other institutions from other countries? I mean, sometimes I do a quick vote, I want to do that, but you actually see the point. And of course, we have a different regulatory framework and so on. So we started creating communities, creating connected learning communities, and the aim was to actually really add value on what we do, and create those sort of learning spaces so that we could actually enhance, but also use them as a springboard for new developments. That's the experience of Utopia 2050, which we concluded in December. And we're now moving into Utopia More. And that's, of course, something that it is very much still a model in the making.
So sorry, we've done 2050 and now we're going to the next stage.
Exactly,
Very
of course,
good. Sorry.
of course. It's actually sort of Star Trek type of times. We have 30 connected learning communities. We call them often as the Cosmos. And please, if you're interested in any of what I say, just let me know, and of course I can share. And I just want to give a sense of to me, why I actually think that this is a success story. And I'm sure colleagues in the room who have senior positions in sort of working with Alliance and so on would know that a very big challenge we have, and this is still a challenge, is for colleagues in our institution and students in our institution and our non-academic partners to A, know that the Alliance exists, B, to actually know, have a clear answer to the question, what's in it for me? Why is that relevant? And 3, to actually have a pathway in. And this is really difficult. It's a real challenge, and it's not something that we need to think and come together and act together in order to actually think the mechanisms, the processes. And I'm going to come to that. I'm sure it's important. It's important to me that we don't miss that from this conversation. The resource that is needed, because it's actually really problematic to think of aspiration and to think of vision and to think in those scales, joking aside, when we talk to N50, and so on, without actually thinking how do we get, on the basis of the models that we currently have, which is regulatory, it's policies, curriculum setup, is our internal structures, is our funding, how do we actually currently can go there? And that's a fundamental discussion that we often avoid. And that is actually something that I personally find very problematic, because then this conversation remains an aspiration. So why a success story? We have 30 learning communities across disciplines, which over the years of the pilot involved over 200 colleagues, academic colleagues, so staff, faculty, and over 4,000 students. Now, that doesn't mean that each of those 200 colleagues and 4,000 students, actually is more close to 5,000, but doesn't matter, would have the same level of engagement. But the fact that within the 2.5 or however many years of Utopia, this community of colleagues and staff had some experience of the Alliance and had their teaching and learning lives to be touched by this sort of this transnational, very dynamic space, where we are trying to pilot and think, can we really, what is actually really the value added, to me is absolutely really fundamental. And it is really what to me was the vision. My role in Utopia is to be the curriculum developer. What I really wanted is to think of the curricula, of course, it's the educational model level. So in a sense, we're talking about the kind of the model, the design, the principles, the implementation plan, how we could actually really create a strong, solid basis where we could think of transnational collaboration, transnational educational collaboration to start becoming as normal and easy to conceptualize as is to think of an international collaboration over a project, over a research project. And also to really challenge the research and education divide in terms of thematic areas, in terms of our practices, in terms of what we do, by creating those spaces, those hubs of activity that would be holistic. So the connected learning communities has been has been seen as a contribution, as a success story, and that's in a sense it's actually really taking me back to thinking of how ourselves we actually frame our practice, how much do we actually really work with, starting with some sort of bigger aspirations and bigger development, to then see all the possible risks and procedural issues and so on, which then slow down the whole development, instead of actually trying and find models that are not mutually exclusive. So in a sense, having a learning communities model doesn't mean that we can't have an Erasmus Mundus, which actually we do, or it doesn't mean that we can't do joint programs, but it means we start creating a community which will give us the sort of the academic buy-in. I really dislike the metaphor of bottom-up and top-down. I really don't think ourselves or our students are the bottom of anything. I could go as far as center and periphery, which actually makes also a case of funding and structure and so on. But in actually using those metaphors, because they are metaphors, actually to indicate how we really need to work with our colleagues, with our students and with our academic partners, to think together of the question of what is the actual value added, what's in the European University Alliances for us, and therefore how we can use those for springboard developments. So concluding, it's too early, I think, to say in terms of being able to get into the sort of meta-critical, meta-comment space, because we're still making the plane as we're flying it. But I think it's a very exciting journey. It's actually a very, very nice plane. We seem to be going to exciting destinations. We do have some turbulence, but come on. I mean, if you are for innovation, you really need to have some turbulence, because that shows that it's something that really needs to be thought through and considered and so on. So I'm definitely excited, and I'm also very, very excited that, in my case, the University of Warwick, and I hope other universities will continue being as centrally and strongly and fully committed and engaged in being part of what we're building as we're now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jo. And finally, over to Antoine, finally in this first round. So Antoine, how does, when you reflect on Circle U in its first few years, and you've now currently just finished the writing the bid for the next stage.
Almost.
To what extent do you feel that Circle U is front and center about educational, pedagogical innovation? And what are in a sense, how would you reflect on all the other comments here?
Thank you. It's a very hard act to follow on Jo's fabulous presentation. Thank you. And also a hard act to be Victoria Nagy, actually, whom I wasn't expecting to be, but I have to, fill her shoes. I think if two things. First thing, our premise in Circle U is very similar to what you described in Utopia. As a stepping stone toward the first phase of the project, we applied for a strategic partnership program under Erasmus+, whose purpose was to, it's called Innov ED40S. It's kind of a weird name. There's a report that you can get at the entrance of this room. The idea was to bring together examples of pedagogical innovations in all our universities and confront them, not confront, but compare and work together through visits. Actually, we had, I can't remember how many, 9 initiatives, I think. And these 9 were initially, before COVID, we had planned visits in person to the different universities to see how this was working, this course, this initiative, this whatever challenge, pedagogical challenge, how it worked for the professors, for the students, compare, analyze, study. And this was based on how to improve transferable skills for students, how to increase, all the transferable skills you can imagine, practical, intellectual, but also ways and modes of being, and so on and so forth. And this was planned to exactly do what you said, which is not reinvent the wheel another time, but use what we have, and sometimes we don't even know that we are so rich in our practice, and use these innovations to get us started, give us a kickstart to scale up and do things based on that model. So that's one thing. The second thing, if I were Victoria today, I would probably adopt a very practical, and I mean that in the most commending way possible, a very practical, down-to-earth approach. What do you do on the ground when you have to innovate and to invent new forms of pedagogy and so on and so forth? Victoria is a specialist of problem-based learning and challenge-based learning. She does this as let me give a little homage here to Victoria. She's a professor of English, and she works at the Faculty of Medicine. And so she teaches English for future students in medicine and health. And of course, doctors have very high intellectual aspirations, but there are also people who are very pragmatic and need to solve cases because lives of other people depend on them for that. So they have to be alert to challenge-based situation. Like you are in a situation in which you have to solve a problem immediately. How do you do that with all your competencies and with all different kinds of skills? So what we have emphasized in Circle U, that's the point I want to come to, is to work on challenge-based cases, challenges really. We call that Circle U challenges. And the idea was to build international teams of students from our universities to work with academics and to try and collectively answer a challenge posed to us by one of our associate partners. So Victoria was instrumental in putting together a challenge around, there were two things, a hackathon on can there be a hospital without burnout? That's a very good problem, and that's a real life problem. So bringing together students and academics to try and answer systematically in a kind of using critical thinking, but also using hands-on skills to answer that very multifaceted type of problem, challenge. That was done in 2 days with a hackathon involving, I think, Louvain, Oslo, and Paris. And then another one, again with the hospital, is currently ongoing, is the green hospital, right? How do hospitals tackle the question of green sustainability, ecological sustainability, and so on and so forth. So these examples show that our approach was very hands-on, very practical, using known cases already, known initiatives in our universities, identifying them, and what you pointed as very important, how do you connect all these people who work together, who don't even know they work on similar things? So how do you do that? So that was one way of doing it with this first project. And the second thing is challenge-based, problem-based education, which I think responds quite well, hopefully, to the aspirations of our students today. Theoretical knowledge is important, I'm not saying it's not, but the ways in which it's delivered, the purpose for which we deliver it, have to change a little bit, and we have to connect more with some real life situations, which are as important and as valuable intellectually as well, for our students. So one of the ways in which European universities can tackle the challenges of education today is by confronting the ways in which we do this in different cultures and countries. I think in France, from a French perspective, we have a lot to learn from our Anglo-Saxon colleagues, from our Scandinavian colleagues and others. this enriches the culture and the practice, and we can move forward together and try to scale up these initiatives into something which is hopefully will be really transformative for everyone.
So thank you very much, Antoine. That's again a really wonderful introduction also into some of the innovative practices that have already emerged and in Circle U. Can I maybe sort of push the panel a bit again with the societal reference points that you've all made in a sense. These are of course intrinsically transnational, but at the same time they by definition exist in a national context. So there's no reason why you couldn't focus on these just as an institution in yourselves. So is the added value, many of you have described now as the added value being about learning from each other, learning from each other's perspectives. So is that what is the real value? Or is it about doing things better together? Who wants to start? Maxime?
I will try to answer to your question, but it's a little bit more reaction to the different interventions, because I think it's very good. It's very good news, but on an external point of view, it's not enough. Not enough. I think I started my introduction in pointing out the big emergencies. And what is the landscape of higher education today? There is big countries on higher education, of course, United States, China, India, and other countries, and with no comparison with Europe, and of course, no comparison with one country of Europe. No comparison. And there is another player on the market. It's the private players of the market. For instance, in France, I think that most of you know the group, the fund, the investment fund or educative group, we don't know, Galileo Studialis. It's billions of euros. It's not million of euros, it's billion of euros. It means that there is a big challenge on the landscape of higher education. So it means that for me, the goal of innovation in education, if we want to be centered on the learner, because in innovation, in education, we talk a lot about learner-centered innovation or curriculum, is not to do alliances between universities, is to measure universities. And I hope that when I will come back in this type of conference in a few years, we will discussing about the measure between these universities. What does it mean? It means that there is a big challenge of governance between these universities. I don't understand why in 2022 we are talking about alliances and not a big university. Because I think that the European students, and I don't think we did surveys about that, are dreaming of big European universities, not thinking about the results of innovation in education between very nice and funny hackathons, but how we become European students. How, when I am a student from a small or medium French university, I become also totally with my graduation, a student from Warwick. I think it's the point, because innovation in education, that's only funny when there is not only one graduation at the end, when each student is not thinking that it will be a student from all these universities. Sorry if it's a bad news for the president or vice presidents of the universities, but I think that there won't be any future without this type of evolution. Sorry, it's maybe pretentious, but unfortunately, what I have said 10 years ago on higher education in France, unfortunately, appeared.
Thank you very much. I think so. A number of colleagues from the panel are, I think, just waiting to jump in on that. But can I just put everybody here on notice? If you would like to come in after fellow panelists have spoken, please do raise your hand so that if you want to react to this as well. But Mina, I think you were...
No, it's just funny because this discussion, we had it at the French level. You know the French system, and we were talking about transformation. Everybody was clearly concerned by the fact that we should change, but it took 10 years, and it's only, as you say, it took 10 years. So, and it was inside one country with a system that everybody shared and knew. So if you go now to merge with totally different systems in the world, because although we are European, we have very different systems between France, the UK, or other countries. So it's not just like this. So this has to go step by step. And I think the alliances is one of the steps. It's not perfect. It can be improved. But there are already interoperability, very practical things like the computer systems from one university to the other. This takes time. Of course, it could go quicker, and we can imagine it goes quicker. But big is not, sometimes small or rather small is beautiful. We don't need to be huge. I mean, MIT, they are very small. It's smaller than one university, and they are very successful and very attractive. So meaning, well, thinking that just merging and becoming totally international and big, it's not the solution. I think we should keep some diversity. Diversity is, I mean, maybe you don't like the bottom-up thing, but diversity. No, yeah. Well, what I mean is that there is room for different types of systems. There is not one solution.
Sorry, if I can only react because, you know, I heard the same thing 10 years ago. And I don't need to comment on the evolution except for 3 universities, the ranking of French universities in the last 10 years. I'm not sure that it really improved, you know. So I was not saying that it's only big. I think it's excellence and diversity. And unfortunately, because I'm not fond of private education, even if there is good things. The capital, you know, they don't take time.
Maxime, though I would like to mention this point that when it comes to rankings, teaching is particularly badly suited to be measured in rankings, right? I mean, it's a real problem how you do that internationally in a way that's appropriate. Jo,
Thank you very much. I absolutely, educational development takes time. Sorry. Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. Yeah. So definitely takes time. We all know it's impossible to divorce education, the offering, the structures from the national context and the national context within which we operate. So it will take a process and a time. And that's why, to me, the fact now that there is this discussion, there is this attention from national and international policymakers, there is this step that we have is certainly very important. And that's why the metaphor, the kind of the semantic of the metaphor of bottom-up is very important, because it indicates the need of the buy-in. We also need to find a better language for it. I wanted to connect this conversation with your question, which I think is really important, because we actually moralize often transnational collaboration as something good. So we say transnational collaboration, we all nod. And yes, of course, but why? We need to articulate this, because through the process of articulating, we're going to actually both spell out what we have in common. We also identify our values. We're going to identify our priorities, our principles, and so on. So it's really important that we move from nodding to actually really stop and start framing the parameters, because it's a very multifactorial question. And we need to define the question in order to be able to answer it. But what we do know is that, and we have experience, we are in this, and I'm not the only scholar who uses the term polycrisis. It's actually, we are in the context where the problems of our society know no countries, no borders, no languages, no disciplines. Now that means, and we have seen that, we're coming to what we hope is the tail end of the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to go beyond national borders, languages, disciplines, to actually really provide solutions. And that means coming back to the students, to ourselves, to the sort of, it's an opportunity to really think of the role of the universities. The universities are not for the needs of today, because if we are here for the needs of today, we are covering the needs of yesterday. We're here for the citizens of the future, the societies of the future, and so on. But given the frame of what we are actually, it's I think it's a given now. We knew it, we've been writing about it, but it's a given that we are in this sort of context that we need to go beyond the boundaries of all those sort of frameworks of the past. We certainly need transnational collaboration to achieve this. So there is no way we can actually, there are many ways, but in terms of showing the local relevance of global problems and taking, I entirely agree on the sort of a PBL approach, which is what I do. I entirely need to really engage with active pedagogy and so on, which has been on the books forever, in a sense of really think how we actually make it a reality for everybody, all our sort of 20 plus thousand, 30 plus thousand students is actually, we're not there yet. So in a sense, it's actually really the transnational collaboration brings and gives us the sort of the space to achieve that. Now, of course, in terms of that also means that it involves both doing things better and doing things differently. And if we are to achieve the power of the alliances, we will be, and this is a cliche that I also dislike, but I like the sort of semantics, I'm going to use it. We need to be more than the sum of the parts. So we need really to become together to be able to do that. But we need to articulate, because immediately that gets us into how do we get there? That's, we need to use the alliances. We need to have conversations like this to make sure that we as alliances don't start replicating and creating parallel worlds. We need, in order to bring the change that we want to bring, in my view, we need to go beyond any one group of universities. It's a different way of thinking of education. It's a different funding model we need and different regulatory model we need. So we need to mobilize all networks, all alliances, networks like the Guild, other networks. We really need to work together to be able to actually have a voice. I don't want to take more floor time. I do think that there is a need to discuss our sort of role of the university in relation to the private sector. I don't think that we're necessarily in competition with EdTech and so on. Universities have never been the sole providers of training, nor do we need to be. But we also need to have an actual conversation about what is the landscape that we actually see for the next 5 years. Where do we actually position ourselves? Who are the other stakeholders? Who are the other actors, and for what? And to really engage with, again, what has been on the table. So if I think flexible learning, lifelong learning, and so on, how many decades, how many mountains of work? But still we know that this is really not the mainstream. So we just really need to have a conversation and think around that sort of framework. I'm going to stop, but I think these are really important conversations to have and important for us having and working within alliances to make sure that we have those channels open so we can actually also consider joining things and working together instead of us producing multiple parallel recommendations, documentations, experimentations, and so on, which actually does exactly what we don't want, to think, hey, hang on a second, we have the same principles. Let's think how we can actually, instead of having something that involves group X of universities, to have X, Y, and Z, because that's really the way forward.
Antoine.
Which is why it's so important to have something such as for year 2 and for year 1, the groups of the alliances themselves, so that they can talk together and share amongst themselves the different things that they're doing, and sometimes the similar things that they're doing. Yeah, well, to answer your question, or the different, things that have been said, more than the sum of our parts, or someone said earlier, our richness is our diversity. What exactly do we mean by that? And how do we make a richness out of diversity? Do we converge with more things in common, or do we keep the diversity and learn how to factor them in a larger structure? What strikes me is, I think what is changing now, because of what you said, the challenges and the crises are international, no language, no boundaries, no no languages, no disciplines. I think we see a shift in the way in which education relates to society. And this is something large that we need to address. I will take another angle of approach to illustrate this. As a VP International, we have discussed a lot of times the question of fees for international students. You know that in France, international students don't pay any more fees than the national students, which is not the case in many other countries. And so I took an interest in how does it work in other countries? How are scholarships, for instance, distributed to students wanting to join a university? And there, when you are in Europe, you see a variety of models. It's impressive. It's amazing, actually. Some countries, like Hungary, for instance, use the criterion of merit. Students who are good get a scholarship, and if they underperform, their scholarship is cut. Yeah, that's a harsh approach, but that's one of the factors. And what struck me in particular is that mostly in the Catholic countries in Europe, the scholarships are given to the family, not the students. They're not enough for the student to live on their own. The scholarship makes the student less dependent, but not entirely an autonomous individual. If you look at the more Protestant side of Europe, particularly in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia, there the scholarships are given to the students, and they are a living scholarship that allows them to really become an individual adult, learning the ways of life and how to make a life as a student. How do we factor those differences in, and what does it say about the way in which we consider societies in Europe, different societies, consider the student body? It's a very different approach, of course. And I think the alliances have the point we are at now allows us to see all this panoptically or synoptically, so to speak, so we can try and not change, not necessarily change deeply, but learn from each other's way of doing, and then I think, I'm sorry to say, Sam, more for the step-by-step method as well, and progressively, because these things are huge and take time. And what I'm trying to say also is that there is a deep, deep impact on society. I mean, you cannot change institutions you can change them by merging them, but does it have a deep impact on the ways in which education education is linked to the larger social landscape? I'm not sure. So it takes time, and there's a lot of factors to take into account. I just gave this example of the scholarship, but I think it's a telling one because it says a lot about how education is considered in this country or that country. So let's learn together, not erase the diversity, but embark them on board and see how we can mitigate the differences to make them into strength.
Are there, first of all, any comments, any thoughts, any reflections from the audience? Yes. That's fine. Back there, yeah?
Thank you very much for this very important conversation that we have now. So if I understand well, the idea is also to make innovative initiatives which exist, and you pointed this out, and we have also seen this in Circle U everywhere, more mainstream. How do we do this? What would be your proposal there? Because we know that to do it more mainstream, we also need a kind of recontextualization, decontextualization of what has been produced. It's not simply do what I do, it will work. It's not that way. And the other thing that we need is to have a very powerful knowledge that will also help opening out the frames, the curricula, the political also orientation of how the curricula are built. Do you have any idea on which we can really work and strongly work the next years? Thank you very much.
Really central question. There was one back there.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth McIntyre. I'm from Circle U and a medical professor. I'd just like to thank all of the panelists for some very comments that really echo. I've been trying to help Circle U or contribute to Circle U for a few years now. And as with any innovation, it has to start with a little bit of faith and confidence. I think it's all about learning the same rules. I don't think the version of what's in it for me, I'd prefer to work with a university from Utopia, for example. That's not what it's about. It's about learning. I think most of us would agree that in Europe it's easier if our electric plugs are the same in different countries. And most of us think that being able to use the euro is quite nice. I'm not talking about the financial consequences, but so if understanding universities in one country maybe made it slightly easier to understand universities in another country, because I think any young European that is comfortable with speaking English will look at the European market for higher education, or at least I hope they will do. So what we're doing in all of these alliances is trying to set up rules of the game that tomorrow's adults can pick and choose from. And I'd just like to make one very short suggestion, because I helped Victoria Nagy in the Innov for EDTS program. And today I wasn't sure if I could come because I should have been at my I will be at my scientific advisory board meeting for our research unit today and tomorrow. How many of you have participated in a scientific advisory board? Raise your hand if you've been in a scientific, okay. So what the Innov EDTS program is a pedagogical advisory board. And what a treat to say, we've been working hard to do something and we're going to invite experts from our partners and they're going to come and tell us what we're doing right, what we could be doing better. And it's exactly the same thing as a scientific advisory board. And I think if we just apply that to teaching, then we could A, have fun, B, get to know each other better, and C, help to empower our students. Thank you.
Just the final one, and then we go back to
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm a professor of genetics in Circle U in Paris. I just have to rebound on this question of, is bigger is better. If all of you close your eyes and just think back to when you were a student at university, you did not care how big your university was, how many partners it had. That's not what you cared about. That's not how you learned. You learn as an individual and you learn through the human connections you have. That my students learn because they see me, they interact with me, and I challenge them. And it doesn't matter whether we're part of a thing that involves thousands or millions of students. It's of no interest. What is really important in education and what's really important in learning are those small one-on-one contacts. And that's what we should be focusing on. So we can discuss whether a school class sizes of 10, 50, 100, but once we're talking about, and I feel very strongly, I know these very financially successful companies that are building online, I don't think you learn online. You're exposed to information online, but that's not how you learn. You learn by interacting with people who inspire you to want to explore your own curiosity. And however big these structures get, we mustn't forget that how an individual person, student, child, adult, older adult, actually learn information and how they explore their own curiosity.
Thank you. So just to the panel, maybe I'll start for you. Okay. And then we knew.
Yeah. So I think it's a good time to add on to Professor Jonathan's comments. As a student, I also thought that your initiatives were brilliant, both theoretically and practically. But the one thing is missing is that these approaches, they don't reach us easily. And even if they do, they take years. And if you're in the French administrative system, they take even longer. And I don't think that we have the time or we want to actually wait that long. As one of the professors, panel members said, students when they enter the university, it's only in masters that they learn how to think like a researcher. That's 5 years that could have been properly used. So on behalf of all the students, I'm asking what we can do as a bachelor student or a master student to take the first step towards the values you're saying and not wait for the administration to start.
Well, this is a perfect liaison with what I wanted to say. I think it's very important to have the point of view of the students. We are all from the administration or teaching point of view. I think your point of view is the one that we should consider first. And I wanted to add that that maybe changes also in the society in what the objectives of the students are today. I mean, I studied 30 years ago and my goals were not the same. I was very competitive. I wanted to be in the best schools. Maybe the excellence had the sense for me. But now you see that even students from elite schools, when they end their curriculum, they say, well, now we don't want to be part of a whole system. We think that we would like to have another kind of life. And we also have, probably with these new type of university, to consider the changes in the ambition of the students, and maybe it's not just having a whole career doing the same things, doing research for their whole life, but maybe have part-time or work in the countryside or whatever. So I think these changes that were seen through the COVID period, maybe stronger than ever, we should tackle them today.
Thank you. So I tried to make some note, and I think starting with the last point, I think what we have seen is very much during COVID years, this is the social value of learning, and I think one very important part to not miss is the impact that the pandemic had on our students, also what we learned and how in actually really thinking of designs, formats and modalities, and we're thinking, what have we learned that we can retain? What have we learned that actually shows us the importance of this sort of social aspect that we really need to provide our students more opportunity? And what we are saying is very much part of the need to rethink our curriculum design. And although there is a lot that takes centuries and there is a lot of red tape and so on, actually there is also a lot that we can do. So we have a lot of space in our universities. We know a lot about active learning. We know a lot about how to really design research-led curricula, and that is definitely something that a number of, in this room, there are many of us who actually really work to make that a reality. There is a question around scalability. But I would not think that, in a sense, undergraduate research and embedding undergraduate research and enabling students from the start to really have PBL, access to PBL curricula is something that, in a sense, we actually really need to associate with the growth of alliances or administering structural processes. The other part that I wanted to actually sort of pedal back was the first point about, okay, how do we do it? And I want to refer to work we've been doing under the Guild on reimagining the future of research-led higher education, and where, in a sense, there are two levels. On the sort of one is that we need the model and the framework, and this is something that, in a sense, we have been really doing good work in the alliances. We need the policy framework, and this is we need to really work very closely with the Commission. We also need to have a dialogue with national policymakers, and we also need to think about institutions. Now, we all, and it is one of the points that we are very much elaborating in the paper, in the policy paper, the Guild policy paper, around the need to really have the right level between standardization and flexibility of structure. And we tend to really think and sort of put, let me think what's the right word to use, I have this sort of, to really think of the owners of red tape imposition on us as external to the institutions, which of course it is the case. And going back to my life in academia, what I see, again, I hope that this is anecdotal, but I certainly know it isn't actually, that red tape increases. Now, at the same time, we produce an enormous amount of it ourselves because we are designing the regulators. So in many ways, we are part of it. So we do talk a lot about the need to have trust, the need to have more flexible systems, the need to actually really think how we get there. But we ourselves, in our own programs, departments, faculties, schools, whatever is the structure, we produced an enormous amount of red tape ourselves, which then is actually related. So that is something that I'm sort of interested in looking into this, but it's something that I think we should all point as a point of reflection, that actually we are also, there is a lot we can do, and we're reproducing what we are, taking a critical view when it comes outside the institution to our institution. So, in terms of how to make it, very much the kind of my personal thinking is in that paper, but I also think it's fundamental to think of the sustainability, and I know there is some very good work on sustainability and education, to think of the sustainability of what we do. What I think it's a collective responsibility of our alliances and ourselves in this room and others is to make sure that the work we do is not what I often call an educational firework. One of those fantastic things that generates a bit of a wow factor. It's great because the wow factor will inspire, will enthuse, will bring some more colleagues into teaching and learning and so on. But nevertheless, it is very short-lived. And when I actually work with colleagues who have been around for a very long time, because quite a lot of what I go is by sort of literature, so I tend to say since the, I don't know, 80s or 90s, and then I have the privilege of working with colleagues who have been in academia and have served academia for longer. They say the 90s. We've worked with this for the first time in 1976 or something like that, or, you know, exactly. So now I'm sort of saying, well, probably we have decades of trying the same. So one step that I personally think, apart from really thinking of resource and recognition of effort. So in the Guild paper, we talk about the need to align the model, the policy, resource and recognition. Resource and recognition is absolutely critical for that. Critical, because if we actually think blue skies thinking and the resource is not even one floor up thinking, we actually have a very, very serious issue. And particularly when we talk coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody's very stretched, there is very little resource. In the current context, if I close my eyes, I have the same conversation that could be in the same context, that every provost is tightening belt, universities actually really feel the need to think of resources differently and so on. I hear the same from all contexts, all countries, all different groups of universities and so on. So there is definitely something that when we started with the alliances, we're saying we need resource because we can't have this level of ambition and innovation to be on the usual suspects who, this is academic colleagues, professional services colleagues, administrative colleagues, students, and so on, who on top of everything else, they deliver these big projects. This shows buy-in. So I've replaced bottom-up with buy-in, which I think is very important because this is what we're talking about. It shows that the community is behind it, but it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Everybody is really stretched to deliver it. So it doesn't do justice to it. So we need this, but we also need to really see and work on quality principles of what we do in the alliances and interface this with the internal structures we have in our institutions. And this is really, to me, a fundamental step that is actually how we can get into the sustainability of the offering. Because the only way we can actually really make that a reality is if it starts becoming part of the standard offering of our institutions. And we need to embed, it doesn't mean that we need to embed everything, but we need to really have a process and a mechanism of identifying the structural interface instead, and we need to collectively resist the alliances becoming the generators of more parallel structures, because then, in a sense, that is something that is obviously going to impact and stifle everything we've done and so on, right? The question is how and who in the alliances, which are very complex for all the reasons that I think we've said or we implied and so on, How do we actually find those ways to interface this development with the existing structures and the existing tools in our institutions and start this translation process as soon as we possibly can?
Maxime first and then
quick reaction to, sorry. But this is a process that works both ways, right? We can also, I mean, the alliances can help us transform internally, and so there's a meeting point that we have to find there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Just quickly to answer to the different interventions. It's not, and I think that everybody understood my point. It's not a story of size, but a story of excellence, ranking, and also diversity. That was my point. But I think that there are two important points. The first one is how to implement all the deliverables of these different European alliances concretely in the different universities. And I know that it takes time, but that's really important because in a lot of European or national projects, there is no real implementation in the university. And that's a source of impact. My second point is not to forget the parents, because in the first years of universities, parents have a strong role. They play an important role for the students, and it's important to, and it's very difficult, I know it, to convince some parents to apply for university because of innovation in education. So it means that it's important to demonstrate the impact of your different tools on the skills, on the work readiness, on the skills, on the development of the happiness of their children. And I know it's not easy, you know, in a few minutes on an event to talk about that, but I think it's important because parents are also some vectors of information on innovation in education.
Any further comments? Yeah, back there, and then. Sorry.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just want to make some contribution regarding what Mr. Legrand said. It is really important for students to learn how to make some research since the first years. And I just want to say that in Université Paris-Cité, mainly in the Faculty of Law, last year, they implemented a workshop dedicated to young learners, young researchers, and students can choose this option, and they will be trained how to make research since starting from the second year. And I participated to this workshop, and it really helped me to understand what our teachers are doing in their daily life when they are making some research and teach us. And it also helped us to improve our way of writing, our, how can I say, our exams, for example, and also to enrich what we are learning at university. And I think that it is other universities may learn from Université Paris-Cité and also try to implement such kind of initiative. And students also had opportunity to write a, how can I say, a memoir, and write a memoir, and they can be, how can I say, evaluated by the teachers, and it's also a good exercise to improve our skills in writing. And during this workshop, students also must attend an academic event, for example, like this kind and a specific topic, and they will have to write like a report on what they learn from this, and it's in a scientific area, and it also helps them to sharpen the critical thinking. So that's what I just wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. I think it was Susan right here.
Thanks. It's been a fantastic panel. Thank you very much indeed. And I've been kind of reliving my academic career whilst I've been listening to you. Because I started in the 1980s, where the high focus was on active learning, where we shifted from being teachers to being facilitators of student-led learning, with interdisciplinarity, with connecting theory and critical approaches to real-life problems. We then had measurement and audit, and I was teaching in the UK, and we had REF, TEF, MEF, KEF, you name it, which meant that we had to be disciplinary based, nothing that was interdisciplinary measured or was counted. We had to become big, because only big institutions could win in the rankings rate, and that meant we had competitiveness between universities, so we couldn't collaborate. So Circle U acts as a kind of reopening of possibilities for me from opportunities that were stopped by the audit culture of the 1980s. And I'll just give you one very quick example. I had the honor of going to Humboldt University to their summer school. I had the joy of engaging with students who were doing peer-to-peer learning, which was my first real experience of seeing students doing peer-to-peer learning. I have used Erasmus, or they have used Erasmus Plus, and 2 of their peer-to-peer teachers and 10 of the students are going to come over and collaborate in a course that I'm teaching next semester. So this is the benefit of what I call bottom-up, unashamedly. It's me using networks and connections and making things happen for my own students, as Sandeep said, immediately, using Erasmus Plus to do it. My question, and this is where I really began to start nodding at what Joe was saying, how to join those kind of bottom-up initiatives to institutionalization processes that enable them to be learned and spread and maintained within the university. And that, I think, is the big challenge that we're faced with. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there was another, Fatou?
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the students. I've been a student a very long time ago. I'm not going to speak on behalf of faculty. I'm not a faculty. And I'm not going to speak as being a staff member, being operational in Circle U. I will just speak as a citizen, a European citizen. I have learned lots of things. I have listened very carefully to what you're saying. And I just wanted to say, you can experience whatever you want within the Circle U, the European Alliance. You just have to keep in mind what outcomes do you want for children. You can even speak about the parents if you want. But what do you want for the students? How to you help them in being a real European citizen? How your innovation in education will help them have a job, because this is what they want to do at the very end of their studies, whatever the means. It can be learning by research, it can be being entrepreneurship, whatever. And sometimes I think that we just forget that this is the real aim and the real goal and objectives of university. So even within a European university or simply a national university, what do we want for our students to become real citizens? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I just, we have just time for a final round of responses. May I add my own question to that, which tries to capture or reflect on some of the points made here, really around how we, I mean, again, Susan, maybe going back to you and Joe and others, about how we mainstream this. So Joe, it seems to me in your overview about how we kind of square the circle, as it were, I think there's one thing you may have left out, which is the vision bit. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the academic senate, the university leadership, all the committees, they still hit against the REF, TEF, BEF, whatever institutional frameworks, national frameworks there are. The national councils, ultimately, they don't think necessarily what's best for the students of tomorrow. They think about my national regulations. So what is the vision thing? What would you say will, in 10 years, how would you explain to your Senate, your vice chancellors, to your governments, that the European University, whichever alliances one might be in, the European University Alliance will change my university in a really transformative, exciting way in 10 years' time? In 10 years' time, university will be X because of this initiative.
I think universities, in 10 years' time, the European University Alliances will enable, and it may even be a condition for a university to be competitive, to be global, to be able to provide the ecosystem, the learning ecosystem that is committed to provide to the student, to provide the strategies that the university is committed to, and so on. We are, and from that point of view, connectedness and connecting is fundamental. And the sort of our thinking of connectedness moved in ways that bring together the value of the one-to-one, the student-student, staff-to-staff, peer-to-peer, to sort of program-to-program, to a matrix approach where this is actually happening. And this is what we can actually really do with European University Alliances. And I don't want to turn sort of theoretical on this, but there is actually a lot of value and power of research that we know that this is fundamental. If we were to take metrics, if we were to take global competitiveness, if we were to take global footprint and so on, in the context that we have started sketching about problems going beyond the boundaries of nation, language, discipline, borders, and so on, also with the fact that the concept of resource, well, that is my own view, and the sort of models of funding of education will also change quite a lot. Having the power of, in our case, the European University Alliances is fundamental for being global, open, liberal institutions that we want to actually provide this type of learning experience. So it is an opportunity to lead. It is an opportunity to lead because, in a sense, there is transformation and there are other stakeholders, and universities should lead this. And we have been doing many things well. It's not the first time in history that we will adjust. Universities have been adjusting in changes, and the change of the sort of the concept of the state, the concept of society, and so on, is an opportunity to do it now and to do it in ways that actually would benefit the student from the start. And it's also a condition, if we are committed to the strategies we have, and if we really want to achieve the vision of educational change that currently we have, this is the way, this is the only way. So to me, it's actually I'm hoping that we would actually work together to make the European University Alliances as the way, the main way. And then, in a sense, I don't want to take more floor time, so I'm not going to talk about how we're mainstreaming it, but actually, this is how it will translate for the different parts of our institutions, which are complex systems of activity. And we have the colleagues, we have the students, we have different parts. But there is something there that it is very powerful to actually really engage fully with the European University Alliances.
Thank you. So maybe as a conclusion from my point of view and as a member representative of the government, I would say that in general, higher education and research universities are a soft power, which is very important. And being European or being international, it's absolutely crucial in these times of crisis everywhere. It's also crucial in terms of tackling big challenges, climate change, the impact of artificial intelligence, health concerns, etc. So we cannot do it just from one discipline or one national point of view. It has to be taken into account from different point of views, different disciplines. We are mentioning interdisciplinarity. I think that these new alliances is a place where you can bring together different approaches, different systems, different schemes. So this is very positive to me. And also about what is our vision for the future of the students. It's not only about jobs, I mean, it's important, but it's mainly about values to make them citizens, concerned citizens, informed citizens, being able to make a difference between fake news or information and build their own opinion about what they want to do and what they will contribute to do for the society in general.
If the question is how to convince stakeholders, politicians, I think I will repeat that knowledge in non-autocratic countries, knowledge is power, and that to be the boss of an institution producing knowledge for very different students from different countries, from different social backgrounds, from different disabilities issues. That's the best job of the world, to be able to do that. And to be able to change the world through education will be a very, very good job, and that this types of alliances is a very good tool to be the best boss for this very good job. Yeah, and that it will be it could have a strong impact not only on universities, not only on citizens, but on democracies today.
Okay, this is going to sound over-idealistic, I'm afraid, but here's what I think. I think all the alliances have had in their visions the same goals, which are promoting values identified as European values. And we have all talked in our vision statement and mission statement about equality, diversity, more democracy, more knowledge in the service of society, etc., etc. I think the alliances now offer us the opportunity to make these things not only a vision which is separate out there as an abstract ideal, but to actually implement them in our practice. Very often, I'm sure you have heard the same, very often when I talk about Circle U, people are, I was going to say ecstatic. They agree with the values and they say, it's great, fantastic. And then can we go back to what we're doing, on a daily basis? But no, the idea is actually, and that's also the role of innovation in pedagogy. To transform pedagogy would be actually to make these values not abstract ideas, but things that are practiced daily in the classroom with the students, among the students, with the professors, amongst all the people participating in the ecosystem. And I think for once, we have, because it's important also to remind ourselves of what was said in the introductory sessions with the different people speaking and showing us very strongly. You have, sorry, Paulina, you have mentioned that very strongly. The European Commission is behind us big time in this, maybe not big enough, but big time nonetheless. And there is an alignment here not to be missed between the initiative and the vision. And if we can, in the next 10 years, 20 years, or 5 years, 6 months, ideally, really act on aligning the values with the practice, that would be a great win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Antoine, if I may just say, I really don't think that this is a problem of the Commission not being behind us. I do think we need to stand up more to our member states. I think this is really a massive, massive issue. And
you're right.
If I may just take 2 minutes to sum up this panel. I mean, and this has been such a rich panel, so it's kind of impossible to sum up. But I really would again like to start with Paulina's bracing survey of what's been happening. And sometimes when I'm in Brussels, I have the opportunity to speak to the Commission, sometimes I really urge them to slow down. But actually what, in a sense, you, from various perspectives, Maxime, but also from other perspectives, from a global perspective, from a domestic perspective in terms of the challenges, it seems to me what you've all agreed in various ways is that, in a sense, this is not about slowing down. It really, there is an urgency around doing this and around, if anything, about doing more of this. But then there's the fundamental question, we've discussed it in various ways about mainstreaming, but how we do that, how do we make sure that our institutions are genuinely transformed, but we do this in a way that's sustainable given the resources that are at the moment at stake. is the point that a number of speakers have talked not just about mainstream, but also about sustaining spaces of reflection outside the humdrum. So there's some. So Elizabeth was talking about this. Sue, I think, was talking about this, and a number of other people, about the value of really taking time to really take a step back and really reflecting on what's actually going on. And I guess maybe as you embark on this week together, and of course then on further progress within Circle U, I would maybe one thing to take away is also the sense that as we then create these new spaces of exploration, of innovation, maybe we can all be really careful, in reflecting on Susan's words, that we don't actually then go backwards in our attempt to go forward. So we don't replace one straitjacket with another, but that we are very, very careful to really learn of our past experience, not just of the last few years, but really in the round, to really make sure that the innovation remains innovation, and that we keep really moving towards a better space, not one that's just different, but actually in 5 or 10 years' time will kind of feel pretty much the same as it is now. It will just have different nomenclatures around it. So anyway, plenty of food for thought, but now I just invite you for a break, and then we reconvene in 15 minutes' time. Thank you very much.
Les strings à marcher, les zooms aussi, c'était la partie technique qui était les plus. Et voilà, c'est ça, Ionette. Ouais, ouais. Ça va. Enfin, quand tu vois le public, il est tellement engagé qu'il n'y a pas des espaces vides. C'est très intéressant. Je vais juste localiser la intervenante pour le panel. La salle, je ne la vois pas. Et en fait, avec elle, on ne sait pas quoi en ligne. Et c'est Lise. Et elle m'a envoyé un mail aujourd'hui. Ils sont que 3. Ouais. Mais je sais que ça va aller parce qu'on a fait les zooms vers les panels. Ils ont déjà énormément pris le temps de discuter. On a passé une heure en fait à... Sorry to disturb you. I'm here. Do you have the slide for Connexus? I sent it to Ivana this morning. This morning? Yes. Let me see. I think I'm not sure you get that. Sorry.
même si je peux vous aider, moi, je suis je fais ça et je comprends bien, en effet, mais je n'aurais pas. J'ai essayé même certains de les inscrire en formation. Mais je voulais parler avec vous de ce problème parce que c'est qui va poser le problème. On a été le premier, et maintenant on a quelqu'un de très bien qui arrivait de plus en plus loin dans la maturité et on espère que le financer par ici, puisque l'objectif c'était autosuffisant.
On va commencer bientôt. Ouais. Oui, que vous allez partir vite. Hein. Ouais. On aura d'autres choses. Mais c'est génial. Moi, j'étais trop contente vraiment d'avoir. C'était important. Ça, il faut aussi. C'est très très bien. Avec son nom. Avec tout là. Vraiment hyper complet, hyper clair, dans le temps. Ah oui. Bonjour. Oui, oui, oui. Dès qu'on sort de la salle, je suis sortie avec une cigarette. Oui, c'est ça. Là, vous êtes parti pour 2 jours. Mais moi, je suis là. Et toi? Les organisations, développement durable, ça m'intéressait beaucoup. Tout ce que j'ai entendu, finalement, c'est sur les réseaux sur lesquels on va oui. C'est vrai, c'est le début aussi. C'est le début aussi pour les gens qui prennent. Oui. Sur l'origine des universités. Oui, c'est bien de créer. Moi, je recommande la meilleure compréhension des enjeux démocratiques. Oui. On va déjà avoir des enjeux tracés. J'étais conseil de l'Europe et une de réflexion. Ils avaient fait un référentiel de compétences démocratiques. Et c'est vraiment intéressant, finalement, de voir ce référentiel presque comme un élément d'auto-évaluation de sa compréhension des enjeux démocratiques. Oui, bien sûr. Et en fait, l'Europe est passée un énorme rôle, justement, sur le marché. Parce que souvent, on se dit, de manière globale, elle est déjà en train d'être une importance. Oui, moi, je m'excuse un peu la politique de communication de ça, avec ce là. C'est intéressant de voir pour moi, ce sont les étudiants, c'est les professionnels de demain, c'est le chef d'entreprise de demain. Et puis les universités européennes doivent aussi définir une stratégie thématique. C'est positionner sur le bon axe de la durable des gens. Qui engendre cette dimension finalement du DRS.
That's hard work. It is so cute, particularly when you're very talkative. Yes.
Rien que d'en parler, ça pourrait arriver. En tant que pharmacien, ah oui, évidemment. En tant que pharmacien, il y avait déjà un mouvement anti-vaccin déjà. Mais là, après, il y a une énorme. Alors, on a une démonstration de la non-toxicité des vaccins. C'est la première fois qu'il y a des médicaments franchement, c'est un énorme démonstration pour nous.
À la condition que ces parkings soient suffisamment dimensionnés. Ça ne crée pas de ça marche pareil. Un slide. Moi je trouve. Alors, mais c'est façon de voir les choses, ça c'est certain. D'ailleurs, l'université aussi. L'université de Strasbourg, ils font des choses très très chouettes.
Yes, yes, if you want.
Merci d'avoir mis l'image. Là, tu me dis si tu veux que je fasse une annonce pour redémarrer ou si on attend que tout le monde soit revenu. Je pense qu'on va faire un peu d'annonce. Je pense qu'on va faire un peu d'annonce.
Mesdames, Messieurs, si vous voulez bien vous installer à nouveau pour qu'on puisse reprendre le fil sans prendre trop de retard.
C'est très bien. Pas de jingle pour les petits sauces. J'avais même pas vu le flou. Yes.
So, welcome back for the second panel moderated by Ivana Didak, Senior Policy Officer at the Guild of European Research Intensive Universities. And we are going to talk about joint programs, which are cornerstones to lead these innovation processes we talked about a moment ago. Why? What, who, how, and in what way sustainability becomes a key issue to create additional value through these programs. So we are very happy to welcome you. Thank you very much. Armelle Prigent, Vice-Présidente Education and University Life at Université de La Rochelle. Karine Andrieux, professor at Université Paris-Cité and responsible for the Master Erasmus Mundus Nanomed. Lisa Hadouk, professor and responsible for the Master Erasmus Mundus Cyber at Université Paris-Cité. I wish you a very pleasant panel.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you everyone for joining the second and final panel of the day. I know that it's been a long day, but I hope the coffee break helped. I think we have a really interesting discussion before us. It was a fascinating panel just before, and I hope we will continue in the same tone. I am sure. We have, big shoes to fill, but I think we can manage. So the topic of our panel is joint study programs. So this is a specific way of collaborating transnationally. So we will be a bit more practical in this panel. So joint study programs have traditionally been used to internationalize curricula, to develop strategic academic collaborations, to provide us kind of a unique student experience to those students who wish to learn and to move between different education systems. And in many ways, alliances such as Circle U and Connexus, the example that we have here, provide the optimal space to do that. And I think we are, I'm really honored and pleased to have 3 distinguished speakers here, 3 practitioners with a lot of experience in joint study programs. There is a common thread, which is Erasmus Mundus in their interventions. I will reveal that. But I think we can use this opportunity to learn from the experience that you've had, to see how we can use Mundus and other programs to translate and experiment these types of opportunities within alliances as well. And maybe because we have you here, it would be good to just have a quick overview of your unique experience of your joint master program. Armel, maybe we can start with you. Yes, they've been given a very difficult task to do this in 5 minutes each. So I'm happy that I don't have to do it. But Armel, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ivana. So maybe if I have some slides, but I can start. So Uconnexus is a European alliance with 9 partners that are there. Okay. So I will check like this. It's a European alliance with 9 partners that are specialized on smart urban coastal sustainability. The main objective is to develop science and innovation into a hub of excellence on that subject. So that societal challenge, you can put next slide, please. That societal challenge is global, since we know that 60% of the global population is living within 100 kilometers of the coast. So as you can see, Uconnexus have partners all installed near coast and with research implied on coastal sustainability. So we've got, I will not say whole partners, but as you can see, we've got Valencia, we've got Zadar in Croatia, Klaipeda, Lithuania. So it's all coastal university on that subjects. So maybe next slide. So what I have to say is that we want to address all this challenge on coastal sustainability in a systematic way around subjects like biodiversity, like disturbance, ecosystem, coastal risk, territorial management, or environment engineering, and of course climate change. So it's important for us to be some kind of intellectual potential on that subject with research, with teaching, and with link with industry and with collectivity. So next slide, please. Thank you. So here are some data. As you can see, each partner is a middle-sized university, but in an alliance, we can be some kind of international university, because here we can see we have more than 70,000 students with something like less than 5,000 teachers, and all programs represent a little less than 1,000 programs. So each partners have some expertise on the subject, and our interest is to create joint program with a specialized subject on coastal, on smart urban coastal sustainability. So we've started since 4 years, and we've started with minors programs In La Rochelle University, we've got a system of major and minors. Minors are 250 hours of teaching in the bachelor, and students can choose minors, European minors, there is other, of course, European minors on blue economy and growth, and another one on coastal dev and sustainable maritime tourism. That was the first step of joint programs, and this minors was in virtual mobility first with asynchronous and synchronous teaching. And now we have started blended mobility with a week of meeting between students during the semester. And since last September, we've got an Erasmus Mundus on marine biotechnology. Here for EU Connexus. I hope it was in 5 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Should we move to Karin, another, Erasmus Mundus in nanomedicine? Yes.
I have also some slide. So thank you for the invitation to present you my nanomed program. Sorry, I have difficulties to see. Yes. Oh, c'est pas grave, mais je préfère que... Si je me mets là, c'est bon? Devant? So, I will present you our Erasmus Mundus Joint Master degree. So, as you can see here, we are 4 partners in Angers and Paris for France, Pavia in Italy, and Patras in Greece. Next slide, please. So to explain you, it's the first master degree program recognized by Europe in the area of nanomedicine for drug delivery. And this program is coordinated by the University of Paris-Cité. And it's a mid-coordinator and also a founder. It's a 2-year curriculum. So we have theoretical and practical courses. And practical courses are very interesting for the student because they came from all the world. And sometimes they never had the chance to have some practicals. So they come in our program for this reason. It's not the unique, but it's an important reason. We have created this program. It's due to a meeting between different professors of Faculty of Pharmacy. We met previously in scientific meetings and also in a research program from the Europe, FP7. And finally, we have decided to create a pedagogic program this time. And we have decided to create this program due to our specific research thematic. So we have also participation of other countries, international experts from universities or some companies. And the idea of this program is to provide a top-level postgraduate courses. And here you have the list of some associated partners and companies. Due to the criteria of eligibility to the scholarship given to the student in this program, because Europe gave us some scholarship to distribute to the best student. We have a different criteria. It's only on excellence. The program is in English, so we must check that the English level is good. So don't worry, they speak better than me, all these students. And we are open to different disciplines. It's not only pharmacists. We are open to other kind of background. So in this program, we have only 15 grants, scholarship for the student. We have 13 for non-European students and 2 for European students. It's a pity, but in now 6 years, we never receive one application for a French student at this program. Okay, it's sure because it's very it's a pity because in fact they can find perhaps master of very good level also in France. So perhaps they are not interested by this program. I can hope it's for this reason. And we also have some self-funded students. So these students do not have the scholarship of Europe to come to follow our program, but they can find other type of grant to come and to follow this NanoMed program. Next slide, please. So to explain you, for the moment, the Erasmus Mundus program like this EMGMD is based on the mobilities. And we need to have more than 2 mobilities of 6 months during the 2 years. And so we have constructed the program between the 4 partners like this. During the first semester, the student can be in Patras or in Paris, and we share the program by video conference. So sometimes it's the expert is in France, the other time is in Greece. After that, all the students come in Paris for the second semester. So we have created completely this part of the program. Because for the first semester, in fact, I have also a Master 2 National Master program. So I mix the students all together, and it's a chance for this student to share with international students with different cultures, and it's very interesting for them, and they are very open at the end to work after for research and for companies to have this international culture. After that, we have 2 different traineeship. A first one of 3 months in the partners' laboratories. They have a second one in the semester 4. And we organize also summer school and some workshops. And it's very interesting because we have 4 invited professors for each 2 years of program. They come for 2 weeks, so they have time to know the student and to organize something which is more than only courses. So it's a very interesting. After that, for the semester 3, they make a specialization and they can go in Angers or Pavia. So we have at the end a final workshop. And it's, in fact, during this workshop, we try to invite some well-known, recognized expert on nanomedicine in our subject, but also we offer the possibility for young researcher, postdoc or PhD student to come and present their work. Now we are in the 6th, in tech. So we can have the presentation of some master students who have done their PhD and are finishing. So they came back. We invited them last year to present their work. So it can be now very satisfactory for us, we can say. And the next slide, just to give you, if you want to go for this aventure, the idea so arrived between myself and a colleague, Greek colleague in 2030. After we have the chance to have a very interesting meeting in the French embassy, because the French embassy are very they help people who want to create some joint diploma. They organize some meeting, etc. And they also give us at the beginning some money to make the travel, to organize this, to visit all the different partners that we want to have for this program. And finally, we apply for the first time. We do not obtain for many reasons. We learn a lot because it's very interesting, because Europe gives you a report indicated what is not good and what is good in your program, and it's very interesting to improve. We succeed the year after. Finally, we obtain for 5 years, and we obtain for the free index, and now we have a new grant. We must show in our new application the evolution that we propose for this. And we have now 4 other intakes. The student obtain only for the moment 4 different diploma, national diploma for each institution. It's the big problem. And we are, so this kind of difficulties can be discussed after.
Thank you, Karin. This was really interesting. So I think we learned a lot already. Lisa, should we continue with the next? Is it Cyber Master Program? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you all. Thank you for hosting me today. I'm very proud and honored to be with you and to present you the new Cyber Master, which is an Erasmus Mundus. Sorry. So yeah, the new Cyber Masters is also an Erasmus Mundus, and the name means cyberspace, behavior, and e-therapy. So I work in the Center Borelli, which is a mixed unity of research, and I'm a psychologist, and I work with mathematicians and physicians. So interdisciplinarity is very is a habit for me in my researches. And as you can see, but I will talk about it again, we have different partners in this project. The coordinator is the University of Lusofona in Lisbon, and Université Paris-Cité and the University of Barcelona are partners. So maybe we can go on. Thank you. So I will start by telling you a little about the story of cyber. Cyber also comes from cyber psychology, which is a scientific discipline that is existing in North America since more than 20 years, but that doesn't have any training in Europe until today, until cyber. So the diploma came from several collaborations between colleagues from Europe, from America also, in this field, which is cyber psychology. So basically, we wanted to bring it to Europe, and we submitted the project 2 years ago, and we had the master at the first time. So we are starting this year with 20 students, and I will tell you a little about the students now, maybe, because the students that we chose to train are coming from different fields of study. Half of them are coming from psychology studies or behavior studies, and the other half are coming from engineering studies or scientific studies. So we have half-half in our promotions, and this is pretty new too, also for us, because usually psychologists and engineers, maybe they don't really speak the same language. So we are here to help them understand each other during these 2 years. And also we can say that maybe the COVID context helped us to get the project, because we work a lot on telehealth, telemental health, and more generally the use of technology in health and mental health. So we can maybe go to the next slide. Oh no, sorry, I forgot a few points. Which are industries and health institutions. And so we are training, we would like to train, because it's the beginning, our students to also go on the field a lot and to work with, for example, hospitals, but also with industries. And this is also pretty new, especially, once again, for psychologists. Okay, now we can go on. So now I'm going to present you briefly the mobility program of the Cybermaster. So as you can see, all the students, I hope you can see because it's written very small, I can see it now, I hope you can see, I will tell. For the first semester, all the students, engineers and psychology students, begin in Lisbon with common teachings. And it lasted 6 months, a semester, a whole semester. And then at the second semester, they split. So half of the students will go to Paris and the other half to Barcelona. And so in Paris, we have the students with engineering and exact science background at the second semester. And at the second semester, students also have an internship at the end, which lasts 2 months, so they can go to the partners, industrial institutions, health institutions, to start a research project there. And they work as a pair. So you have one student from psychology, one student from engineering, working together in the field. On the third semester, it's the contrary. The one who were in Barcelona come to Paris, and the one who were in Paris go to Barcelona. And semester 4 is only dedicated to internships in the same institution, same industry that in the second semester, but for 6 months. And so they have a research program to accomplish during this time. Thank you. So yeah, this is the curriculum of the Cybermaster. It's another form, but it's the same information. And you can see all the teachings. Maybe what I can just say here is that we, in every university, we have our own specialties. For example, Barcelona University is really a clinical psychology university, while in Lisbon we have a rehabilitation lab. So it's already a mix from engineering and psychotherapy or rehabilitation. And in Paris, we are in the UFR Biomedical, Biomedical University. So we have a very healthy orientation. And we also have mathematicians to teach, because as I told you, I'm in a unity with mathematicians and physicians. Okay, so we can go on. About the partnerships, I won't be too long because I took already much time. Just to say that our goals are to work together as academics, because it's already a challenge. We are starting this year, but we are discovering that, for example, for the evaluation of the students, the rules are very different in every country. And we learn a lot as professors and teachers in this experience. And also, we would like our students to learn to work together, coming from different cultures, different countries, but also different fields during their studies. And we would like also to mix fields from, as I said, from health orientation and also from the industry. So this hopefully will bring you up to a higher level, as we were saying before, because it's already the case in America, for example. Okay, so these are, this is an example of the accomplishment of this new diploma, because we are hosting this year in July in Université Paris-Cité the International Conference in Cyber Psychology. It has never come to France before, it's the first time. And as you can see, it's the 26th. So it's existing since more than 25 years. Okay, so this is an example. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we can already see the different levels of maturity of the different programs, so we can learn from each other already. I would like to start the discussion, and I also invite you to come up with questions as you listen to our speakers. An obvious, but I think an important question. So there's a lot of work that goes into these joint study programs. Obviously, you've already mentioned some of the challenges. So why do this? What is the added value if we think of other ways of collaborating transnationally, if we think about credit mobility or other types that we've mentioned in the first panel? What would be your answer? And I know that you're at different stages of your study programs, but maybe just to kick off the discussion, what would you say is the added value? It's a question, open question to all of you, so whoever wants to start.
Thank you. I think that if we speak about European Alliance and the purpose, the initial purpose of all of this, it's to help students to become European citizens. So joint programs and all that my colleagues have presented about mobility from one country to another, it helps students to understand interculturality and to discover other country and be able to work in a European framework. So I think that kind of joint program is the reason to do that.
The added value for us is to reunite, as I was saying, also students from outside from Europe with European students, and also from different fields of studying, as I was saying. So this is a really unique experience, because in the national framework, maybe there is not yet room for this kind of very ambitious projects.
Is the same. I can say that it's for me it was an opportunity because I was responsible for a national master, and it was an opportunity to expand the program with the possibility to invite international experts and to mix with the national student, in fact, which are not only French at the beginning, but to extend and have the possibility to welcome students coming from very from all the region of the world, in fact, at the same moment.
Lisa, can you explain a bit more, and you've touched upon this in your presentation already, if we talk about educational innovation, what specifically would you say that cyber has put forward to students, to the community that participates in this program? What were kind of the innovations that you would highlight here?
Thank you. As I was saying, there are different kinds of pedagogical innovation, and of course for the student, but also for the teachers and for the staff also at the university, because it's a very specific kind of work. And as I was saying, we learn a lot because about, of course, evaluation, about the rules, about the how do you say, the accommodation of the students too, because it's different from a country to another. So you need to adapt. You need to be very creative, and to help them really to be with them since the beginning when they are selected until the day that they arrive, which is very specific because we don't usually do that when you teach only in France. And also, as I was saying, pedagogic innovation would be in the cross fields, I mean epistemologic cross fields, as I was saying. And also the link that we have with the company. We have 35 partners already. Of course, we will look for more, but we know them very well. They trust us because it's already a network that was existing before the master arrived. And so I hope they will treat well our students. We'll be very careful about that.
If you want to reflect, always come in. I would like to ask a question to Armel, because your perspective is unique, because your Erasmus Mundus was kind of a result of an alliance, like Circle U. So it was not based on a research project, as was the case with nanomedicine. So what would you say are the pros and cons of the different strategies? Not to use the words that we are not allowed, the bottom up and the top down, but there is a difference when this kind of program is set as a kind of an institutional policy, a decision to go into this program. So maybe you can reflect a bit on that, because it's a unique experience that you have.
Thank you. So it's sure that for us in La Rochelle University, our training and research policy is already focused on the smart coastal urban sustainability. And when we have created the European Alliance, we have done it in a relevant way of that speciality. So what is very easy with some kind of top-down approach is that when you create joint programs like minors or like a joint diploma, is that we can do it in a relevant way from the training policy of each partner. It's a discussion between each partner to create the programs that will be able to implement, that will be easy to implement in the alliance. So that kind of top-down approach helps to solve some practical problems that we know. For example, in our minors program, we do not have a week of holidays that is common between all of our partners. So we've got a bachelor to manage with these holiday problems. So with the academic council of the Alliance, we managed to find a solution with mixing synchronous and asynchronous teaching. There is some difference between university calendar, some difference with study regulation, and we try to solve some problem. The good point on that top-down approach is to create a strategy of programs that helps the alliance to grow. So, for example, we've got the objective of developing in 2 or 3 years 2 joint programs on that subject of smart coastal urban sustainability. So, a bachelor and a master, some kind of pluridisciplinarity program about that systemic point of view that I've shown you in the presentation. But that programs on sustainability should be sustainable. And all the work we are doing with this approach works because we've got the involvement of teachers, of researchers, and it doesn't work if it's just an objective and that the community is not involved. So the Alliance creates some meeting moments to help teachers and researchers to know each other's and to try to see how they can use the Alliance to create some programs that are in their subjects. So we've done that, and the Erasmus Mundus Marine Biotechnology Master is born from meetings in the Alliance, and researchers and teachers meet together and create the program. So right now, students in September, they have started in Valence. They arrive this week today in La Rochelle, and I will meet them on Thursday. And after that, they will choose a specialty, and they can go in Klaipėda, in Rostock, or in Lithuania, and so they do their program. So it's not a very short answer, but if I want to resume, I really think that we need a mixed approach. We need an objective, a global objective with a top-down approach to give the strategy, but that works with teachers and researchers' initiatives, and the Alliance should help these initiatives, so the mixed approach is a good one. I think, sorry.
Karin, would you add something, because your experience was different, maybe?
Yes, for us it's completely different because it's a decision between 4 professors. We have the difficulties at the beginning to explain in our university the program. What is it, the MGMD? What are the rules, which are completely different from our different country. And the difficulties for our program is because the 4 universities partners, their life evolve in parallel, but it's not exactly the same. And it's difficult to have all the 4 universities exactly in the same mind, for example, to create the joint diploma. So it's sometimes 1 or 2 are very involved, they want to go, but the other not, so it's not possible to do. And for example, also for the accreditation of the diploma, because we create in each university a nanomed diploma, which correspond to all the mobilities, etc. But it takes 4 years to obtain this, because we are not at the same date of accreditation for all the university. So it's complex. We need the help of the international services, and sometimes there is change in the university, and all the work that we perform to explain the program, we have to do again and again and again to maintain the program, and sometimes it's a little difficult, but it's I think it's a good idea that we have at the beginning, and it's very important to continue, because I think, yes, the idea of the program comes from the teacher and researcher, and we have also the network to create this kind of things. Also, it's possible, but with the help of the structure, I think it's better.
So both would be ideal in a way, the mixed approach. Karin, now, because you have the longest experience in a way with the study program, 6 years, yeah. So what would you say were kind of now looking back, what were the main benefits, the ones that you've planned and the ones that you didn't plan, and you can answer at different levels. Is it the students? Is it the staff, the university? Just to kind of have a reflection.
At the beginning, our objective was to maintain a network between us and the different researcher professors. And our idea was to have very good students for a PhD after and to make a very interesting research. Finally, they don't stay in France and in our lab for the large majority of them, because finally they enjoy mobilities and they want to see other countries and other labs. So for this, it was not a big success, but in fact, because it's so good student, excellent student, we have 300 applications for only 15 grants, so it's easy to choose the best student. And finally, we succeed to have very interesting data result to publish, only with some internship of 6 months. It's so for us, it's the good news for this. And also, it's because perhaps we select also for this their open mind at the beginning. We try to think in the interview if they are able to mix with the other student and etc. But there is a very kind mix of all this culture, all these students, and it's a pleasure, in fact, for us to teach. And all the staff said the same times. And during the meeting 1 year ago, it was the first after the pandemic, so we are very happy to be in face-to-face all together, of us also. All the people invited, some researcher invited for this meeting, all say, oh, your students are very remarkable, excellent. It's a chance that you have this kind. And all say, we want to take them for internship and for a PhD. And all have found a grant for PhD, Marie Curie or in US. They obtain all a grant. So it's a success, and it's very kind because it's a lot of work, but at the same time and they are very kind also with us. It's something very emotional with us at the end of each intake when it's horrible.
You mentioned mobility. So mobility is obviously at the core of every joint program. But there are also challenges to having a very kind of a highly mobile program, linking it also to the student well-being, which is kind of also a topic of your master program. How did you approach mobility? So we've seen the scheme that you showed. Can you elaborate a bit more? Why did you choose the way that you choose? Was it the Mundus requirement, or how do you approach mobility in general?
Thank you. Well, yeah, there are the Erasmus Mundus rules, and so we knew already when we made the application that students needed to be at least on 4th semester for 3 semesters in mobility. So we built the project like that. And we started with a common destination with Lisbon because we wanted them to know each other and to be together, even physically. I mean, because, you know, when we started, it was COVID, so we are not sure that they would be able to come, and they are coming from very far. For us, it was very important that they were there. So we had a summer school where every student didn't arrive yet, and the teaching started when they were all in Lisbon. And so after that, I think it's important also for them to get teachings from, for example, the University of Barcelona, as I was saying, is very specialized in clinical psychology. So they are adapting teachings for the students who come from engineering. But for the students who come from psychology, they are really specialists, and it's a kind of teaching that they would have had if they would have done a clinical psychology master, for example. So the teachings are a bit different, and so the mobility is very based also on this specific training that they might have during the second and the third semester. And what I must say also here about mobility is that I was lucky to have the help of the international services from Université Paris-Cité, especially to help students to find accommodation in Paris, because they were very anxious about that. And so it's a new master, so I didn't really know how to do. And I got a lot of help. So I really wanted to thank everyone who helped me for this project.
Any other reflections on the mobility and how you approached it? Karina, Armel, if you want to add, what would be your recommendation?
So we need to follow the rules for the moment of for the MGMD, and perhaps we can discuss with us. It's a question that I asked to my master manager to send to our officer to know if they want to change this, because we have never calculated the carbon for our program, because we have flight from everywhere in the world. They come, the student. We can imagine perhaps you have an approach concerning blended mobilities, which is interesting. And for us, it was not possible. It's the same for the rest, because it's the rules of MGFD to have a period where they are all together, the workshop where two intakes can meet, and also with the national student, if it's possible. It's the same idea to organize, but it's not so easy when you have a mobility only for 3 months, considering for the accommodation, this kind of thing, it's horrible to organize, and also for the different visa to obtain to move in Europe. Also, it's not so easy. It's true.
Thank you. Yes, for us, we've got two kind of mobility. The virtual one, that is, I think, a first step for students from our partners to imagine they can participate maybe later to a physical mobility. In bachelor's, they can choose just a minor program. They can stay in their university, and then imagine that later there will be some physical mobilities. And the blended mobility is just to let them meet 1 week, because I think that we have a challenge on support about students support themselves together. So it's important when you've got 40 students that connect to a virtual class, that they know each other, and they can exchange and talk about subjects even if it's virtual. So this blended mobility is important for that. And you talk about the carbon impact. We can say two things. First, for example, when we want to have teachers from our partners from the Alliance, sometimes if it's just 1 day of teaching or 2 days, it's not necessary to make him doing a physical mobility, and the virtual mobility can be in that way too. The teacher can just connect and just give his expertise to students with a virtual way. And after that, there is some Erasmus grant when students choose a sustainable a way of moving from a partner to another one. So maybe it's the university should should give information to students on that sustainable mobility from university to another one.
Coming back to student assessment, which is something that you mentioned also in your presentation, what are exactly the challenges that you face with the different partners that you have, and what would you share as kind of a lesson learned to Circle U in developing possibly joint study programs?
So we prepare at the beginning a table with different evaluation scoring of the student. It's what you want. And at the beginning, it seems simple to present this in a table. But finally, we can say that in France, for example, having 15 on 20, it's a very good score for a master. But for Italy or Greece, it's not good. So it's a problem because when we have some models which are organized by only one partner, and we need an equivalence for another organized by another partner. And at the end, the students all want to apply for PhD grants, and finally they organize by themselves their competition between them. It's a problem. So we try to make a decision all together in our jury between all the partners to equilibrate the scores. And also it's important to explain also to a lot of students who and because in their countries, the score from the university are in the system GPA, these kind of things, where when they have less than 3.6 to 4, it's very bad student. So if they make a calculation in comparison with our scores, at the beginning it's dramatic for them. They think that they are very bad, so we need to explain also to the student. It's also this problem. So there's the problem between us, the staff, but also with the student, we can say.
Do we have any questions from the audience before we... Oh, great. Where do we start? Anna.
Hello, thank you very much. So I'm Jean-Philippe Impana. I'm a Circle U chair at the Université Paris-Cité, and I'm coordinating the Knowledge Hub Global Health. So I'd like first to thank the panelists because it's very interesting for us, because as you said, it gives some example of what Circle U could be or should be in the near future in terms of education or teaching. And I would have two quick questions, well, two a bit challenging questions. The first one, you already mentioned, you already talk about sustainability, and I was wondering, how do you, what, to your view, what would be the long-term sustainability of your program? Because I guess there are behind this the question of fundings, and I can imagine it's challenging issues. And the second one, you just mentioned it briefly. It was not clear to me about the accreditation, so that the equivalence you get from the European perspective and the national perspective. Thanks.
So the sustainability is the big program, because at the beginning, the European Commission want to help to create this kind of consortium, and they hope that after only 3 intakes, we can be autonomous and can be known everywhere in the world for the student. And it's not possible. They finally decide to give a second and now a third help to help. The big problem is was also presented. It's in fact here the scholarship are very expensive cost
for the student. It's for this reason that we have grants given by Europe. But yes, we choose the value indicated by Europe. So it's 19,000 euros for 2 years for a non-European student, and it's half for a European student. 18,000. Okay? Yes? I did clearly. My accent is not good, so. And in fact, during the 3 first years, we succeed to obtain only 2 self-funded students able to pay for this cost. So we have decided to apply the cost for the non-European. But in fact, by doing this, it's difficult for our budget. In fact, we are at the limit of our budget, because to have two workshops, 1 summer school, all the practicals, all the mobilities also of the staff, etc., for the selection committee, for all the things. It's and one reason for which we did not obtain the first application is because at the beginning, as a French teacher, we have decided to propose a cost which are half than this. And Europe say it's not possible that you can do your program of excellence with this budget. It's not possible. So we had to change. Okay. So it was a change of mind for us. Okay, so the idea for the sustainability after is to find solution. I think the Visio conferences for the courses can be a solution for the future. We try to have help from companies or this kind of things, but the unique help that we obtain is only that they come for free to give some courses. That's all. And sometimes some of them ask because they know that we have some budget, so we say no. No, sorry. But it's the difficulty for this, it's sure. And we are not completely sure how to do. So for the moment, we succeed for each intake to have 3 self-funded students. But the big problem is, for example, the accommodation also. And some of them, at the beginning for this intake in September, we have 6 self-funded students able to come. But when they try to find a room in Paris, 3 of them decide to stop due to the price. So it's the big problem is the accommodation. We cannot propose them all, so we will try to find new ideas. We can discuss after if you want. But it's a big problem, and it's a big problem because Europe say you must provide an accommodation which is with a price corresponding to the scholarship given for the life of the student. 1,000 € by month, so it's difficult with private rooms.
Thank you. Thank you for the panel. Very interesting to have these on-the-ground examples. It's not exactly a question, but more a comment. For me, one of the main takeaway points of your presentations is the ripple effect of these programs, and particularly in what you said, Karine, that you try to integrate the students from your national program master to have interactions with the international students. And I think you are really trailblazers in showing how we can integrate more international programs in the regular programs. And addressing the question that Muriel was asking, is Muriel still in the room? No, she's gone. On the how do we mainstream our initiatives? I think it's important at this point, particularly from a French point of view, I'm speaking here from a French point of view, it's important to convince our colleagues that the international layer, so to speak, is not simply an additional layer that you add an icing on the cake that you put at the end. It's really, it should be integral to our teaching offer. And what you're doing really shows that it's possible and invites, I hope, invites other colleagues to go further, experiment, take from your ideas and mainstream them. So thank you for your work. Thank you very much.
Yes, it was at the beginning a criterion for the Europe that we can have a mixture with national program. We have in Paris, little in Angers, nothing in Greece and in Italy, where they create all. But I think thanks to the Paris program, we succeed for this point of evaluation.
Can I? Yes. I have one question, but it's separate for the representative of Université Paris-Cité and La Rochelle. There were two things that strike me in your presentation and everything. For the joint master degrees of Université Paris-Cité, it's none of them is with University of Sarkolou. So my question is, how do you insert this in the strategy of Université Paris-Cité? Is the university coming to you and asking for your good practices? Is trying to tell you, can you help us in building us other joint programs? This is the first question for the two of you. And instead, for La Rochelle, what struck me was the fact that there are no French students. So this is, again, another issue, because the idea of European universities is to internationalize, especially the home student body. So what is your answer to that kind of challenge?
Okay, so if I understand well about the Paris Université Paris-Cité, actually, I think the university took the project very well, even if they didn't ask to do it before. It was really, bottom-up initiative at the beginning. But what we are working on right now, and I found it very interesting what you were saying, is maybe a French version of the Cyber Master in the coming years, you know, because we can see that from the university, and I am, as I said, in a mixed unity, in a biomedical university, so there are different kind of similar teaching that we could imagine for French students, you know, but coming from this experience. So it's in the other way, but and the university is very helpful about that. So maybe it answers a bit your question. I don't know.
Not exactly. My question was more, based on your experience, how can you help Université Paris-Cité inside the Sarkolou Alliance to build other joint master and joint program? Because that's one of the things, one of the actions that are building a European university. Is the university approaching you and saying, can you help us with your experience or not?
In fact, Nanomed was the first EMGMD coordinated by the Université Paris Descartes at the beginning, okay? And in this program, we have a master manager who is in the room, which is with the salary is in the budget of Nanomed, in fact. So we recruited somebody, and this person is in the international services. And in fact, I know that all that we have thinking to organize for this UMGMD is an help for the new program. I'm available for discuss for all. We organize at the beginning some meeting where I can explain a little my approach, etc., in my faculty and also in the university. And I know that now directly they can have also information for the administrative organization part from my master manager who is in the team. It's the interest of this, in fact. So it's sure that I know that a lot of document, etc., organized by Nanomed is used now for the others, and it's a good thing. That's all.
Get your question. Well, for now, as we are not coordinators, so yeah, we don't have a special person taking care of the master for now. But the university hopefully will help us, and we also have a little funding. So yeah, we are working on hiring someone who will be the equivalent of the person that you have. But we are not coordinators, so it's not exactly the same.
Just to be sure to get your question, it's how to reinforce students not from France, from France. No, we've got some French students applying. It was not me. Yeah. We encourage. Okay, no problem. We encourage French students to apply. Yeah. I can answer.
Yes, in fact, we mix with the French master students. So I have 10 French master students, but they are not all French. In fact, I have 5 French and 5 from other countries, because international student in our master, it's a long story. And so we mix all together. But for the... I try to make promotion in France about this, but when I say you have to do 2 years, because we do not agree to take a French student only for the 2nd year of master, and especially in pharmacy, where the master 2 year is integrated in the 6 years of the program, they do not want to take this time to have 4 diploma at the same time. I tried to defend this idea, but they agree to take a double diploma with engineer school, but not for our program for the moment. But a lot of them also explain that they think that it's not open to French. We have regularly questions from European students saying, I am Italian, I am Spanish, it is possible for me to apply. Because it's sure that we say that we need more than 75% of non-European students in each intake. Okay? But we had some Italian, we have some Spanish. I do not think Greek, but French, no.
Yes. First of all, thank you for all the presentation, which resonated with my experience. I'm Marco Abate from University of Pisa. Until 2 months ago, I was the vice director for teaching, and during my tenure, I facilitated 3 joint European programs, 2 Erasmus Mundus and 1 in the Digital Europe program. And there was one thing I wanted to say, because it hasn't been touched, and I think it can somehow help to answer one of your questions. And there are 2, this is a good thing, and there are 2 problems that I will, you essentially, in particular, Karine said something about it, but I want to stress them to see if you agree with our experience about how important these problems are. The good thing, one of the reasons why it's useful to make this kind of joint European programs is complementarity. in this way, we are able to do something that on our own we wouldn't been able to do, because you put together, there is somebody which is an expert in something in Pisa, somebody else which is expert in something similar in Paris. In both cases, not enough to make a course, but putting all together, we can do something that we're not able to do otherwise. And the European alliances, it's a good setting to do that, because it's a natural place where we learn to know each other, to know our strengths, our weaknesses, and so it's possible to, it's easier, let's say, to build this kind of programs. In its times, definitely in its time, which is the reason why we do not have anything inside Circle U, because, well, it's a 3, 4, 5 years times of work for that. One of the problems is that you need to have accreditation in each of the countries involved. And the rules are different. And when you try to put all these rules together, well, I mean, it can be done. It's done. You need ingenuity, and you need to put some constraints which are nothing to do with the actual scientific or pedagogical needs. From this point of view, I was very happy to hear about the European degree that was mentioned before, even in 2024. The important thing that I hope, it is something which I'm already saying anytime I have occasion to, is that this European degree should have as aim the fact of facilitate the possibility of recognition of accreditation done once in other countries involved. Instead of having 4 accreditations, you just need 1 European, then it can be recognized by others. Of course, you need some criteria, not every course any program can do that, but this is very important, because this is one of the main problems we had to face. The other one is the number of students. There are typically programs with very low number of students, which sort of defeat the purpose. I mean, we would like to have as much student as possible. And one of the main problems is the cost. The cost for the students, also for us, for mobility and so on. But mobility, physical mobility for a student, which is fundamental for this kind of experience, is costly. We can, we do try to provide grants, but I mean, grants are costly. So it needs money to do this kind of things on a larger scale. And I mean, these are the 2 largest and biggest problems we faced, and we're trying to solve. Thank you.
Yeah. Few minutes. So much questions in one. So just I totally agree with what you say about doing things together. We can do bigger things. It's that alone we go faster, together we go farther. So we can go far away with that. About the European degree, it's a very important issue. And at this point, we really think that European alliance have to lead things about that. But it's not only the degree, it's the whole process, the accreditation process, the quality management, the evaluation of the degree in a systemic point of view. So first and finally, just to go very quickly about financial issues, it's clear that we need some funds to keep it sustainable. So I think there is not one solution, but there is some solutions that can help. So, for example, each state can ask his government some help. So, for example, for us, we've got a funding about PIA 4, just to be able to create a graduate school, and it will be a European graduate school that will help to manage the following of our Erasmus Mundus and to work on lifelong learning. That can be another solution to have some funds. And of course, Europe should keep funding European alliance and that degrees that are the futures.
We have time for one final question. Let's see how to decide. If it's two quick questions, maybe we can take them.
Mine is very quick. It's just rebounding from what. So I also run a master's program that's been included international mobility for many years, and we're all facing the same sorts of things. So about sustainability. But coming back to this question about partnership, how do you choose the partners for your programs when Circle U has other partners? Is that a problem or is it not a problem? Are we all going to have to align with the Circle U partners because that will solve the accreditation problem? Or will we have Circle U programs and non-Circle U programs? So this question of partnership, it's very complicated. And then how do you choose research partners and teaching partners, which are not always the same? So, I don't know whether...
Can I just add my question, which is...
I think it's a question that we cannot respond. It's not our level. Yes. We will be very happy if we can have help from Circle U for a program. It's sure.
I have asked my university if I could please try setting up an Erasmus Mundus program. And one of the reasons why they won't let me is that the administrative costs, not just in the setup, but running it, are prohibitive. How do you manage your administrative costs? What administrative support do you have? They don't calculate the academic costs, but they want to calculate the administrative costs.
So we have, in fact, we consider the participating cost, in fact, it corresponds to the value that I gave you. In fact, it corresponds to all this budget is used to pay the salary of our master manager, is used to invite the different professor, to organize the workshop, the summer school, and all is included for the student in this price. Also, the courses, the diploma, because in some country you have to pay a timbre to put in a stamp to put into the diploma, this kind of things. So all is included, the practicals, all is included inside. We make a sharing between the 4 universities. We decided to be equilibrated between the 4. It was not so easy because it's not the same ideas for all the 4 universities, but I succeed to obtain something which is shared between them. And I have also included inside some research costs. So we give to the lab that welcome the student for the internship an amount to pay for the consumable. Because in fact, welcome for 2-3 months of research, it's not very interesting usually for the lab. But after they have welcome a nanomed student, usually they want to come back. But it's like this. In fact, for the moment, we have the budget corresponding to the scholarship given by the Europe for the student, but in fact, we manage this, in fact, for them. For the self-funded student, we follow the same repartition, the same sharing, in fact, for them, and we do like this. So we know exactly the budget that we have at the beginning, now, because we have this scholarship. But after that, is the problem.
So I can give you my point of view. Sometimes you really think that it's self-contained, but at the university level, it's not completely self-contained because there is a lot of point of involvement of services, of support services, and little things we didn't budget before, so we have to take it in account. So what we do is to say, okay, if the strategy, the global strategy is to have a European, some European program and international the university, sometimes we have to stop other actions to give some fresh air to the university to support these programs, because it's not always self-contained.
I want to thank the speakers. I think the number of questions reflect how important this topic is, and I think we're giving you a lot of questions to discuss after the panel as well, during the break. Maybe two messages that I would like to share, coming back to the comment that Antoine made about the spillover effect. So I guess we should all try to aim to provide this kind of Mundus-like experience to the broader community, because these are very highly competitive programs. They involve a scholarship. It's not possible for all students to benefit. So I guess this is the educational innovation that we need to work on. And the other message would be the potential of alliances. So they already have this kind of jointness in them, in a way. They're building structures, governance. So it's an ecosystem that might be easier to develop these types of programs, either Mundus or other formats. This is it, I think, for the panel. I want to really thank you for all your contributions. And yeah, I give the floor to Vanessa.
Thank you, Ivana. Thank you to you three, and for the quality of your presentation. And I thank you. We'll have the opportunity to go on with discussions because you are warmly invited at the cocktail just after the closing session. And for this closing session, it could have been concluded with a concert, because our speaker is very well known for his music playing and releasing. But I think you will prefer to keep your hat as a General Secretary of Circle U to close this very exciting program.
Thank you, Vanessa. Sorry? Okay, thank you. It's weird to be seated just alone like this, but it's okay. I feel like in my living room, but that's okay. So good afternoon, good evening, everybody. So I'm Kevin Guillaume, I'm the Secretary General of Circle U, and I'm very pleased to be here. First of all, I would like to thank you all for being here, of course, and I would like to thank also the team at Université Paris-Cité. I think that you are trying to test the endurance of all the people working in Circle U, because as you know, we are in the middle of the finalization of the new application. I think that you are really trying to test my stamina in a way, but I'm still here, so it's okay. Before maybe having some concluding remarks, I would like to really invite you to stay here in Paris. I will not be able to do that, but please stay here. You know that there is a full week here for the future of higher education and research, trying to involve all the colleagues, the partners, to think about that. And I think I'm really grateful it's arriving at a really crucial moment also, because you know that we are finalizing the pilot phase. We are preparing the next one. You know also that the European Commission is having some kind of consultation of the different key programs that they have in education and research. So I think it's really important that we have that. And I'm really happy also to have the colleague from the International Association from University and UNESCO, because also UNESCO is playing a key role also in the future of higher education. So I will not try to conclude everything. Just I would like to share maybe 2 or 3 comments about what I heard. First of all, as you know, since the launch of Circle U, the Think and Do tank and our different platforms, I would say the building blocks, have been really crucial about thinking about what is higher education and what will be higher education in research in the future. I think that the Think and Do tank and the academic chairs have been there to really share what is happening, what have been thought inside our university, really in an open way. And I really like the fact that, for example, Marco from PISA underlined the fact that what we are trying to do from the beginning with Circle U and the different alliances is really to build a trustworthy environment. It's just not about the project and about having just EU funds here. It's really because we share some kind of commitment about the fact that we are sure that we want to change not only higher education in general, but also what we are as university, as academics, as researchers, as students, etc. Linked to that also, and I think that has been quite a challenge, and I'm also turning to the academic chair of the Think and Do Tank, we were expecting also to really contribute to policy making. And my background is I've been working for more than 10 years at the Ministry for Education and Research, and after I was working for an umbrella organization in Belgium. And so I was used to make advocacy. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is more difficult as academics because you are not there to make policy making. You are there just to create knowledge, you are there to train people, you are there to change also the way that we are seeing the world. And I think that we have also to maybe acknowledge the limits of what we are doing. And there are other organizations, there are other networks, and I'm turning to Jan and the Guild, of course, and we have to join forces and work together also to change the future of education and research. And I think that in the case of Circle U, and Antoine was explaining that very well at the campus of European University and the French presidency, that what we are trying is just to change what we are doing and show to the rest of the world that it has an impact. And therefore, it could maybe lead to more dramatic or really deep changes in higher education and research. So it's really about changing by doing and trying really to make higher education and research in the future, I think, even more impactful for our communities. And I think that it's something that we should really keep in mind. Talking about policy making and advocacy, and I really enjoyed also the remark of Jan, it's good to discuss with the European Commission and the European Parliament, etc. But just remind ourselves that in fact, Europe do not have any competence in education. And therefore, I think that the change to make is at the level of the member states. And it's true that those national conferences, and we have been struggling in Circle U to also implicate and invite a representative of national governments, ministry, regional, local authorities, etc. But I think that, and I hope really in the next phase, that we'll be able really to knock on the door of the ministries, the national ministry, the French ministry, the Belgian ministry, the Norwegian ministry, and say, look, you want us to be part of the alliance, you want us to change or contribute to the future of education and research? Yeah, we are doing our job, but do your job also. Because there are that obstacle, there are those problems there that we are unable to do. I'm always taking the funny example, and please do not take it negatively here, my French colleagues, but it's the Imprimerie Nationale in France. Every diploma, every qualification have to be printed at the Imprimerie Nationale. We heard about stamps also and things like this, and I mean, how can you do a joint degree if anyway you have to have those kind of things? So we are not talking about quality assurance accreditation, but even really pragmatic things like this. And in Circle U, we see that we have some, for example, university being a self-accrediting institution, especially King's, for example, Oslo and Aarhus. Other, like Louvain, that I know better, are really in a more archaic, I would say, quality assurance system where they are evaluated and they have this habilitation, as we said in French, before organizing program. So just it means that, of course, there are structural obstacles that are there that we know for quite a long time, in fact, because it's not new. It's since the really beginning of Erasmus Mundus that we know all those obstacles there. And therefore, I think that we really have to push the changes at national and regional level. Last but not least, we have talked a lot about joint programs and joint degrees. Of course, in my perspective, and we heard through the really successful example of the panelists there, that most probably is the more integrated form of cooperation in educational programs or educational offer. Yes, but it's not only that. And we know since the pandemic that we have a lot of different opportunities also to offer to our students, to our staff, to other types of learners from many different backgrounds. And I really hope that we'll be able to do that. And I would like really to underline once again that We are preparing the next phase for Circle U. Of course, we are committed to develop some joint master, and the plan is basically to have at least one joint program in each of the knowledge hub. We will also try to develop a set of modules at bachelor, joint modules at bachelor level on sustainability to make sure that our students are also trained not only at master level, because I really appreciate the comment of the student there. It's not only a master, but also a bachelor level there. But beyond that, we have also, and with the help of all the university, and I think that PISA also will play a role there, we want also to expand all the offer that we have in terms of shortened and blended learning opportunities. I don't want to talk about micro-credential. Those that know me know that I have a lot of doubt about this term, which is just for me a buzzword or something like this, but no, it's all the rest. It's the open lecture that we can offer, the open conversation that we can offer, that the different module that we can have online, that the different formal learning that we have. Some month ago, I think it was before Christmas, I had the chance to come here to the Paris Cité Learning Lab and to be attending the hackathon that the university have organized. And I was so amazed, to be honest. I'm not so old, but still I was a student 20 years ago, and I was like, wow, my God, if I had the opportunity to live such an experience, that will have certainly transformed also my knowledge, my skills, etc. And I think that those kinds of, opportunities and experience that we have right now in Circle U and in all the alliance are the ones that will really shape the future of higher education and research. So that's it from my side. So once again, thank you very much for your participation here. I was really amazed, as usual, by the quality of the panelists and also the moderators. I think that I will not be long because there is a cocktail here. I haven't yet eaten for the day, so I'm really happy to see if there is something that I can steal there before coming back to Brussels. I will be back myself on Friday. There is another panel on research and innovation, and all the alliances are also offering new opportunities there. Of course, the alliance are first of all Erasmus program, but we are also doing a lot on research and innovation, especially in Circle U, because we are research-intensive universities. And I think that there are also a lot of challenges, including EU funding there. And I hope that we can also, again, work together, including with Coimbra, with the Guild, etc., also to push new development at the EU level. So once again, thank you very much and have a good end of the opening event. That's it. Thank you. Bye.